Well, let me begin by greeting everyone. My name is Dr. Gloria Bachman. I'm Associate Dean for Women's Health here at Rutgers, and I'd like to warmly welcome you to the second annual Rutgers Queer Health Colloquium entitled Spectrums. This event is dedicated to the memory of a Rutgers colleague and friend, Dean Mark Schuster, whom many of us knew as a strong advocate for sexual and gender minority individuals. Now, let me give you a little background. The first colloquium was led by Mark, by Kayo Denda, and myself, with Mark insisting on having it called the first colloquium because he envisioned that this event would be an annual colloquium at Rutgers University and that future ones would be led by the next generation of advocates. This year, Kayo Denda, who's the head of the Marjorie Summers Foster Center and librarian for Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies, and I had the pleasure of working with three such individuals, our next generation of advocates, Avi Kanak, Catherine Little, and Shane Williams. And next, I'm going to turn the program over to this group. Now, as I've already mentioned, the colloquium will be recorded and there is an opportunity for questions to our speakers. Avi will introduce President Holloway and Dr. Branch. But before I hand the virtual mic over to him, I'd like to read our acknowledgement of this land that we embrace as home. Quote, "We acknowledge that the land on which we stand is the ancestral territory of the Lenape people. We pay respect to Indigenous people throughout Lenape history, past, present, and future, and honor those who have been historically and systematically disenfranchised. We also acknowledge that Rutgers University, like New Jersey and the United States as a nation, was founded upon the exclusions and erasures of Indigenous peoples." Avi, it's my pleasure to turn the program over to you and to our special introductions.
Thank you so much, Gloria. I'd like to thank President Holloway and Senior Vice President Dr. Branch for introducing this program. Without further ado, just to get to it, Jonathan Holloway, who was appointed president of Rutgers in 2020, is an eminent historian specializing in post-emancipation United States history with focus on social and intellectual history. Dr. Holloway is the author of several books, most recently The Cause of Freedom, A Concise History of African Americans, published last year. He earned his bachelor's degree with honors in American Studies from Stanford University and a PhD in history from Yale University. Dr. Holloway serves on several boards, including the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation and the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture, and he is a fellow of the Council on Foreign Relations. Please welcome President Jonathan Holloway.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for that introduction. I'm happy to offer a few brief comments as we begin today's colloquium. I'm really glad to be invited again to support this effort and to share some thoughts. Let me first take a moment to share in honoring the memory and legacy of Mark Schuster. While our time at Rutgers overlapped all too briefly, I know that Mark played a truly significant and in many cases a life-changing role at Rutgers. He was smart. I mean, I met him at the start of this year in person, before that in Zoom, and I knew from the very brief in-person meeting and then our follow-up electronic correspondence that he was smart, funny, brave, and compassionate. So many Rutgers undergraduate and graduate students benefited from the unceasing commitment he showed for their well-being. He also gave his all to help his colleagues on the Rutgers faculty and staff. As you know so well, Mark was a fierce champion of LGBTQAI+ rights and social justice. Again and again, he took bold steps to advance, excuse me, I got a phone call in the middle of this. Again and again, he took bold steps to advance the rights of and opportunities for students who might have otherwise felt marginalized, labeled, or ignored. His fingerprints are all over this colloquium, and I think he'd be incredibly proud to know how you are honoring him in this way. Where last year's gathering spoke to the healthcare needs of the LGBTQAI+ community, today focuses on the spectrum of gender and sexual identity among our population broadly and within our own university. The notion of a beloved community recognizes that people don't fit into simple binary categories. In a beloved community, we meet people where they are, as who they are, with equal dignity and value and humanity. I won't pretend that this is easy for everyone in our society. For generations, we have been trained to think in binary terms, male or female, gay or straight. The reality is a kind of fluidity that has always existed, but which we are just beginning to recognize and accept on a broader scale in this country. And you know there is still so much work to be done to counteract the bias and the stigma and the ignorance that have stood in the way of progress. There are still mighty obstacles. There is still too much pain, but we're moving. We're heading toward a future we can be proud of, a future that celebrates and honors differences of race, ethnicity, gender identity, and sexuality, while recognizing that we share a common humanity. I'm already proud that Rutgers is a leader in providing the space for conversations like those we will have today. And as those important and enlightening discussions take place, let's keep a thought for the champion who's no longer with us in body, but is very much alive in our hearts and our purpose, Mark Schuster. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Holloway. I'd like to introduce Vice President Anna Branch. She is the Senior Vice President for Equity at Rutgers University and provides strategic leadership to ensure that the institutional commitment to equity is reflected in the research, educational, and public engagement efforts that occur throughout the university, and the focus extends to faculty, staff, and students. She leads the University and Inclusion Office in the Division of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement on the New Brunswick campus, championing the role of diversity and inclusion in achieving excellence and strengthening the institutional commitment to its diverse community on and off campus. Please welcome Dr. Anna Branch.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here with you this morning, or afternoon, again, to help kick off today's gathering, presenting the Rutgers Queer Health Colloquium Part 2 Spectrums, and to join the chorus of voices honoring a dear colleague, Mark Schuster, and continuing the work to which he was committed, making sure the university held space for all to be seen, heard, and celebrated. Thank you to the undergraduate student co-chairs, Avi Kanak and Catherine Little, and the network of institutional collaborators and offices that work to make today possible. This colloquium builds on the fantastic colloquium held last year, affirming medical and mental health care for LGBTQIA+ communities, which brought together speakers and panelists from medical and civic fields in conversation about how to improve health outcomes for LGBTQIA+ communities. It focused our attention on the reality that they have experienced purposeful exclusion and mistreatment within the healthcare context. Now, more than ever before, we are clear that mental health and mental health care are integral parts of our life. Healthcare impacts who will survive past infancy and is able to grow into adulthood. Compassionate and culturally competent healthcare professionals, however, determine whether you live or whether you thrive, whether they silence or disregard the full spectrum of needs or seek to understand and attend to the social, emotional, and physical development that can enhance quality of life and promote well-being. The absence of quality healthcare requires our immediate and ongoing attention and advocacy. Barriers to care, discrimination, and inequity within health services threatens the lives and limits the possibilities of those who are impacted by disparate mental and medical healthcare. For members of the LGBTQIA+ communities, the realities of hardships with mental and medical healthcare are constant concerns, and barriers on the path to self-actualization and wellness. These realities are unacceptable within a society and an institution that aims to be a place where everyone is able to thrive. As Senior Vice President for Equity, I am aware of the many challenges that impede our pathways to access, inclusion, and equity for various groups. I'm also clear that when we recognize the dignity to which every person is entitled to, in word and in concrete action, we set a framework for making right the indignities that persist for people at the intersections of identity and infrastructure. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated existing inequalities in healthcare and other systems, like K-12 and higher education, disrupting the way we learn, how we seek and are provided with healthcare, and many other common practices. This disruption provides an opportunity, though, for each of us, and especially for those of us with positions of power, to reimagine and redesign systems that make inclusion, equity, and dignity standard outcomes of our practices. I recognize that this is a conversation that's new to some, peripheral to others, but essential thought for people who have gathered for this event. Like many of the speakers you'll hear from today, and President Holloway before me, I welcome each of you to this ongoing conversation so that we're able to collectively and individually raise our awareness and be mindful of the full spectrum of identities present in our community. I invite us to become better equipped to advocate for and make changes that advance equity across the spectrum and in society. This colloquium provides an opportunity for us to grow our knowledge and our skills, building clarity and collective capacity to disrupt inequities through committed advocacy, policies, and practices with a stronger focus on intersectionality and the younger generations, recognizing, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied into a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So thank you for being here, for working together to embody, reflect, and respect the complexities of all of our parts. I know Mark would be proud. Thank you.
Thank you for those beautiful, beautiful words, Dr. Branch and President Holloway. It cannot be understated what your contribution to this colloquium means to us as students and also as a community. Speaking to my experience of the Dean, Mark Schuster, I'm a senior at Rutgers University. I know that my experience with him mirrors plenty of other students. I can say that Mark was a leader, a mentor, and truly a friend. And he's someone who realized that civility is a non-zero-sum game with a tide that lifts all boats. Anyone who knows Marx was inspired by his wisdom, empathy, and, as has always been noted, his sense of humor. In both thought and action, he made his students and colleagues feel valued and heard. And in his efforts, created leaders and communities of collaborators that will last far past his passing. I know even in our tight-knit steering committee, he would have been over the moon to see the capability of his students in action. And last year, he organized the part 1 of the colloquium, which focused on healthcare disparities in the queer community, and emphasized that the next part had to include younger voices and advocates, and we're following in his path. In Genesis, there's a passage which discusses how God created man through breathing spirit into his nostrils. The novelty of this passage is that it separates humanity from the beasts of the wild, with a qualifier being that man can express himself intellectually. The ability to reason and discuss and be open is a human ideal, and is how progress is made and bridges are crossed. A human is not expected to only advocate for himself. If I'm just for myself, what am I? Our ability of speech must be used to help others speak, giving them the opportunity and space to feel respected and heard. We are paying it forward this year in ensuring that these voices are heard and have a platform to speak. Spectrums is a colloquium for folks to affirm their identities, allies to learn, and advocates to inspire. I'd like to introduce again myself. I'm Evie Turkanik. The other part of our student committee are Catherine Little and Sean Williams, and Dr. Gloria Bachman and Kayo Denda truly took part and helped make sure this is what it became. Without further ado, we have an incredible honor of having a true scholar to join us and be our keynote. Dr. Chris Finley is an assistant professor of American Studies and Ethnicity at the University of Southern California, Dornsife College of Letters, Arts and Sciences. Her work encompasses Indigenous feminism, queer Indigenous studies, visual culture, and decolonization. In her teaching, writing, and research, she engaged in the critique on how dominant U.S. popular culture sexualizes Native bodies as culturally and therefore racially unable to conform to white heteroproductive norms. She argues that in order to provide a successful critique of settler colonialism within American studies, Native studies must address negative implications through power, through the relationship between sexuality, Native peoples, and gender. Dr. Finley has a PhD in American culture from the University of Michigan. She authored numerous scholarly articles and book chapters and presented at national and international conferences. She is currently working on a book manuscript titled Finding Native feminist pleasure in visual culture, Indigenous queens who refuse to be princesses. She is a recipient of many awards and fellowships, including the Race and Gender Postdoctoral Fellowship at Rutgers University. Please welcome Dr. Chris Finley.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to be here. I first wanted to recognize the traditional homelands of the Lenni Lenape people. And I have such a huge debt to Rutgers University. And I just really enjoyed my year that I had there. I really love New Jersey, which I know is not like a typical thing. And I'm so honored to have been asked by the organizers of this conference or this Colloquium to be here. And thank you so much. I'm very much in debt. I give this talk on Tomba land and give thanks to my ancestors, friends, and family for the strength and ideas presented here. Since this is a talk about the survival and thrival of Indigenous women, Two-Spirits, and queer Indigenous peoples, I will be discussing sexual violence, colonial violence, and other violences of dispossession. I'm going to start with a quote with this really amazing queer Indigenous fantasy, which there actually is this literature. It's from Daniel Heath Justice's Kinship, The Way of Thorn and Thunder. The awakening shocks the body out of its understanding of itself, and there is much left to be done for healing. You've survived much of the worst of it already. It is past the time for survival. Now you've got to understand what your survival means. So this talk argues that Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people should be recognized as and honored as sacred and beloved members of our communities. And Two-Spirit can often mean like gender, presentation and identities. And some queer Indigenous people also identify as Two-Spirit in order to recognize their sexuality. And I identify as, Indigenous and queer Indigenous. We need to make our native nations safe for Two-Spirit queer people. The land doesn't care how we have sex and who we love. We can start decolonizing our nations and communities this moment by dismantling heteropatriarchy, homophobia, anti-Blackness in our communities. This is decolonization. We do not need permission to do this difficult yet important work now. Native nations do not have to wait to be healed from centuries of colonialism and heteropatriarchy. This requires no money or government grants. It is much deeper than that because it asks all of us to change our relationships with each other and start embracing ideas of generosity that we had forgotten after centuries of surviving settler invasion and theft. Clearly, this is going to be difficult, awkward, and often fail, but we need to try it anyways. Our lives depend on it because people of color, queer and gender nonconforming people are integral parts of the future beauty and hope for another kind of life. The kind of future vulnerability, expansiveness, queerness, and letting the land and generosity guide us into something beautiful and different, where disposability has no place. Heteropatriarchy, anti-Blackness, and capitalism were offered up by settlers through missionaries, boarding schools, and settler governance as the means for Native nations to survive in a settler future. Native peoples have survived barely, but my question addressed to natives and non-natives is, do we want to continue to survive in a settler future, or do we have enough knowledge, care, and healing to imagine a queer Indigenous futurity as another possibility? Many Native peoples have denied the existence of queer and Two-Spirit histories. This is an example of how settler colonialism and heteropatriarchy work together to dispossess Indigenous peoples, not only of our land and lives, but also violently exclude Two-Spirit peoples and experience from histories and our memories. Some Native scholars denied the existence of queer Indigenous and Two-Spirit people within their own nations. I don't think this was mean-spirited or even homophobic, but to conclude that queerness is a result of settler colonialism means that Two-Spirit queer peoples have to become straight and cisgendered to be decolonized. Native peoples cannot let them take our Two-Spirit queer traditions and make them possessions of the disciplining logics of colonialism. Queerness and Two-Spiritness belong to us and anyone else who wants this. Unlike settlers, we want to share. I'm not letting settlers have queerness. take something else sacred from us, or use heterosexuality to discipline Indigenous people into acting straight and hierarchical like settlers. Trying to make all natives straight, anti-Black, boring, cisgendered, fourth-class citizens of the United States is assimilation into the settler nation. As I've argued in other places, Native peoples and nations that try to be heteronormative and police gender, Black natives, and Native identity in our communities has not stopped settlers from hurting us or taking our lands. We will not be able to decolonize our nations, communities, lands, or minds without an analysis of gender, sexuality, and anti-Blackness. We do not need settler approval, apologies, or recognition to do this work, but we do need hope, prayers, ancestors, and new and old ceremonies. We need to remember that we have resources that have survived genocides and dispossessions that were not documented or understood in the settler archive. Also, I don't want my identity to be based only on pain, impossible loss, or settler violence. I want to be a proud queer Colville woman. I don't deny the violences of genocide, settler colonialism, and heteropatriarchy, but I do not want my queer Indigenous personhood to be rooted in these systems and institutions. In other words, I want to be free and turned towards a future of queer Indigenous life. As a queer Indigenous femme, the fact that I'm still alive in a settler, colonial, and heteropatriarchal context is nothing short of a miracle. I know many can relate to this on a very deep level, but I'm also here to tell you, your future selves, that surviving is no longer enough. We are here, we are alive. We need to have dreams of the future where survival is not our only goal. I want to have dreams of being alive and work towards that instead of trying to get settlers to acknowledge the harm they have done and continue to do to Indigenous peoples and lands. I have dreams of being together and in relation with you, and not because you feel sorry for me and want to save me and help me, but because you care and just want to be with me. The being here with each other is significant. The listening and conversation with these ideas is most important. Sexuality is still rarely discussed within Native American studies. Often sexuality seems to be too decadent and something we can worry about after the revolution. Well, what if queerness and sexuality are the revolution? What if working on these inequalities, lack of knowledge, and bias in our communities has the power to transform us into being more loving and interesting nations? Our fear or resistance to think about genocide, heteropatriarchy, settler colonialism, and anti-Blackness as interrelated means that we as beings will continue to internalize these projects of violence and destruction. We as Indigenous peoples, queer peoples, and peoples generally will continue to fight within and amongst ourselves. I think this is healthy because why should we agree? We barely know each other really. Importantly, I'm arguing for us to work on these issues that do not require the settler colonial nation state to pass laws or recognize the pain and suffering that has caused almost everyone, but for us to start recognizing each other as beings we want to be with. This can be the beginning of a future in life and radically different struggles. Queer Indigenous peoples are the future. I want to celebrate the beauty and strength of Indigenous survivance, decolonial love, community, and sweet queer lovemaking. You see, as my ancestors have told me and showed me, life has been complex for Indigenous women for a very long time. As an Indigenous queen, I simply do not want to let settlers decide how I'm going to live and think about the world that we now all inhabit. In the spirit of Audra Simpson and Fred Moten, I refuse to let settler shenanigans be the starting point of where I think, imagine, and dream. As a queer Indigenous woman feminist, it is logical to focus on the murdered and missing Indigenous women and TwoSpirit peoples, TwoSpirit queer homeless Native youth alone on the streets, and continued environmental degradation, Indigenous women and children being raped and molested with little hopes of justice, or the mass incarceration of Indigenous peoples. These are serious problems in Native nations. There is such much more to life than these damage and these issues. Because of all the difficult and hard work of Native ancestors, academics, and activists that have gone before me, a lot of the damage has been discussed and proven. I am not ignoring these painful and difficult effects of settler colonialism, but I want to act in a hope and Native feminists and queer Indigenous desires of something different, a new direction. Now more than ever, we need to think and hope for the good things too. I also want to make it clear that I think Two-Spirit queer Indigenous people are beautiful, fierce, and awesome. And what we do, see, think, and feel is important. I want to show and give queer Two-Spirit communities love, respect, and honor today, even though this is rare within Native communities. We rarely openly love each other without shame or critique. Being against queer Indigenous life is killing us and our planet too. The beginning of the US settler nation state begins with the end of Indigenous peoples as we knew ourselves and the dispossession of much of our land base. These things are related. Andrea Smith's article writes in the article, American Studies Without America, she, quote, as I have argued elsewhere, the goal of colonialism is not to kill and colonize people, but to destroy their sense of being people, end of quote. To destroy our sense of being people, of being something, having pride, owning a history and a future that includes more than genocide. This is why I focus on the sacredness of Two-Spirit queer Native bodies and minds. The violence and dangers of settler colonialism remains in our daily lives. They are not just statistics. As Smith clearly articulates in her book Conquest, sexual violence and patriarchy are the key components of settler colonialism. To make this clear, patriarchy and sexual violence are not add-ons of settler colonialism, but how settler colonialism operates both within settler and Native societies. Without dismantling heteropatriarchy within Native communities, we cannot decolonize. This is why at this time, Indigenous land struggles are not my central concern, because Native women and or Two-Spirit queers are struggling to live. I'm not trying to marginalize or call attention away from land and sovereignty struggles, because many people are doing this important work. There are ways to combine these efforts, and many Indigenous feminist scholars do. The history of colonial sexual violence cannot be ignored, but this is not my central configuration, Native feminisms or queer Indigenous studies. Gendered colonial violence and heteropatriarchy haunt this talk. However, today I want to tell a different story, a story of queer longing, desire, and hope. These are wicked words to utter in such times, but for Indigenous peoples, we have continued to survive for centuries under settler colonialism. Yet this talk is geared towards having a critical relationship with survival, because I want more than just surviving and getting by. I mean, not just Indigenous people recognizing each other, but for us also recognizing how we hurt each other. We need to talk about our failures and strategies that have worked, and not to participate in the call out culture, but act like we really want to live and be together. Let's make some different stories to share with each other. We, all oppressed peoples, need to read and recognize each other, especially in this moment. To generate ideas from brokenheartedness take spirituality, which come from my relationality to the vastness and beauty of my land base, my ancestors, my friends, and of the spirit of the universe. This building of spirituality and connection comes from reading and hearing other people's stories. This is where my strength and guidance come from in this moment of chaos. But I come from a long line of so-called defeated people and survivors of conquest. I don't want to be all alone. I don't want to be the most oppressed person in the academy. It is lonely at the bottom of the heap. I want to be with other people. I want to talk with other people. I want a more expansive and generative approach to theorizing our lives and future, as Diane Millian argues in her book, Therapeutic Nations. For Millian, one solution is that Natives and other oppressed communities should start working for a, quote, generative life, instead of looking to the state for recognition and healing of Indigenous pain and suffering. Millian convincingly argues that whether biopolitics target Native people for death, genocide, or for normalization and biopolitical life, Indigenous people and lifeways are in grave danger. Millian, one of my queer elders, provides examples of intellectual and spiritual and personal work that generates life beyond survival, that requires a dedication to the imagination, dreams, and transformation and love of Indigenous life. This move towards life asks for relation, which is much deeper and decolonial than simple inclusion. And I really, encourage everybody to look at Jamaica Asario's new book, Remembering Our Intimacies. It's gorgeous. I am asking for the recognition and political and social engagement with queer Aboriginal life, which means which includes the intellectual work, lands, and nations of Indigenous peoples. Queer Indigenous studies at its best theorizes loss, colonialism, homophobia, rape, violence, and the theft of land, instead of simply confessing this as part of our identity and experience under the regime of settler colonialism. Eve Tuck argues it is problematic that queer people are supposed to discuss how we get beat up for being queer, but we almost rarely talk about the pleasure of the queer kiss. When oppressed people only think and discuss how we are damaged by the oppressor and wanting the power structure that hurt us to recognize our pain and suffering, then we begin to only think of ourselves as damaged. The possibilities for political change in damage-based research and campaign success are limited by the recognition and reparations of the state offers in return. In this formulation, the power lies in the state and the hope that the settler state will recognize our pain. This limits what oppressed communities can ask for or imagine what they want for themselves, because the campaign, civil rights, court case, etc., is centered on the response from the oppressor, and there is not much we could even ask for under these limiting conditions. Constructing our subjectivities as not enough or broken to get recognition is not a liberatory position or practice. For Two-Spirit queer people and other oppressed peoples, it means we can only ask for money or for better laws to protect us when we have centuries of experience to show the government is not here to protect us and money will not heal us. We give value to misery and resistance and damage, but rarely think about pleasure or fun. What if we started looking to ourselves and to one another? What campaigns would we wage? What could we write or think about ourselves? The optimism of settler colonialism can be seductive, but it is selfish. Being part of the throwaway people should give Indigenous people more insight and personal connection to what it means to be disposable. Sadly, as a means of surviving genocide, we try to forget we have been and remain disposable by the settler state. We drink to forget. We take whatever drugs, have sex, we run away from the pain of dispossession and loss. Everything in the settler world reminds us that we are dispossessed. We were and continue to be killed with impunity. We have lost much of our cultures and our lands. We have not been able to protect our children from getting hurt or stolen. We see trash blowing by and we do cry. As a means of survival, we do whatever we can to not be thrown away, to be of value to settlers. We try to be patriarchal, to be anti-Black, to perform gender binaries. We assimilate, try to be transparent. We want less Indians and more money. Wealth will decolonize us. We use settler list of Indians to decide who is Indian. We demand a paper trail of your bloodline, even though we have survived genocide, suicides, and running away from the trails of tears. We want blood, we want science, to disappear in the settler world, to be invisible, to be engulfed by whiteness. This is the real destruction, the internalization of settler colonialism by natives. The settler Indian agent is no longer needed because we Indians have become the cops, the cavalry, the surveillance, the ones that decide other Indigenous people are disposable. We do it to ourselves. We throw away the queers, the two-spirits because they challenge heteropatriarchy, the bent feather to pluck from the headdress. We must be straight and white to live. When this happens, our spirits die because our ancestors know from experience that this plant means the end of the Indian and Indigenous life. Our ancestors know because they have tried to survive it, and the part of them died deep inside. There is no end to the destruction of genocide when it moves into the mind and the body of the colonized. And then we externalize this and force this on other Native peoples and also on the future generations. Some of us believe that this is survival, but again, I ask, at what cost? We have survived and continue to survive genocide and settler occupation. Indians, out of all people, should not think or act like anyone in our nation is disposable. We should not throw our two-spirit or queer Indigenous peoples to the hungry dogs like settlers have done. We need to try to rid our communities of ideas that anyone is disposable as an act of decolonization. I see two-spirit queer people leaving Native nations as the afterlife of the Trail of Tears. We have lost too many already, and some never come back. But we can start doing something different now, which would be a beginning of something new and radical. What if we thought and acted like nothing was wrong with us? What if we could see the possibilities of one another as they are? To me, this is a form of queer self-recognition, a direct challenge to white supremacy, that we don't have to be straight to be loved and cared for or recognized as a documented member of our Native nations. This is a call for abolition and life beyond the prison industrial complex and academic industrial complex. Okay. Okay. The freedom of failure, that's what I've called this section. Just to be clear, I know I'm being hella optimistic here, but why not? We have seen so much pain and suffering in our queer communities, and we also see amazing and beautiful life being lived. I know that my Queer Indigenous manifesto will fail, but we must try anyways. I also want to embrace queer theory that acknowledges queer failure. As Jack Halberstam argues in The Queer Art of Failure, queer people have a long history of failing because the world was not made for us. This doesn't diminish queer efforts of organizing or living queer lives. This is also relevant to decolonizing efforts because some stuff will work, but other things that seem like a good idea, but actually weren't so great in practice. I think one of the places we get hung up in decolonization is that we want to decolonize perfectly. We want it to be pretty and nice, even though we don't totally know what this will look like. We need to be gentle with ourselves because decolonization is difficult work towards an unknown horizon. Many of our political campaigns will take years, perhaps generations to wage. These should be worked on, but while we wait and work for settler politics to radically change, there is other work we can do. One thing we can do immediately is stop policing of male and female cisgender roles in our nations and within ceremonies. As Leanne Simpson passionately argues, and as we have always done, Indigenous freedom through radical resistance, she argues, quote, "Our circles are not just men and women. There is an endless gender diversity in our communities. I want us to stop policing and judging and excluding two-spirit, trans, intersex, and gender nonconforming peoples, and start to build the kind of communities that would make our ancestors proud," end of quote. This relies on Native peoples educating ourselves and treating each other with respect, care, and gentleness. Tradition is ever-changing and adaptive. This is the power and hope of Native feminisms and Two-Spirit queer Indigenous studies. If we don't center settler responses or the settler nation state as the source of solutions, other important changes can be made in our communities that are Native and queer centered. Dismantling heteropatriarchy seems like a good start since many of our nations have internalized heteropatriarchal gender norms and heteropatriarchy as normal through the imposition of boarding schools and forced close contact with settler culture. These attitudes and laws can be changed in our Native nations. One of the responses to colonial sexual violence is to portray Native peoples as asexual in order to protect them from the rape culture and settler state and the violence of heteropatriarchy. And some of us are asexual, but such strategies are problematic, however. After all, it's not as if desexualizing Native peoples have helped us escape sexual violence, genocide, or dispossession, historically or in the present day. Repressing Native sexualities in Native communities and in Native studies has not prevented the seizure of Native lands, nor has it shielded us from the sexual violence of settler colonialism. A Two-Spirit queer vision of Native nationalism places Native peoples in the present and future while offering sex positivity as an alternative to desexualizing Native communities. It is this place of desire and Native queer futurity where I want my future scholarship, teaching, and consciousness to go. We will not be able to successfully decolonize without a critical analysis of heteropatriarchy, sex positivity, and how sexualities are deployed in Native communities and Native studies. Love and sexuality are important parts of life. While we work on protecting water, getting our land back, and trying to survive COVID, Indigenous peoples should work on our pervasive heterosexism as another part of decolonization. Our lived experiences as Two-Spirit queer people is not one of mere survival and dispossession, but many complex encounters with love, humanity, and loss. What if we shared love stories between us and not only stories of damage? What if we started taking Native history and stories seriously instead of trying to compare them or get included into settler histories? What if we stopped writing for homophobes and white supremacists and started writing for ourselves? We need to stop directing so much work toward those that hate us. I know this saying your own stories will narrate what you hear. You have stories. You have lots of knowledge and experience before you came here. I am not here to change your mind, but to simply to offer other alternatives and other stories. This talk has been an attempt to talk about decolonization while recognizing many different peoples are actively in violence and bodily dispossession. We are also creating art, poetry, and taking care of pets while we look towards the future. The real challenge is to love and practice love when life is hard. When we lose or fail, it is hard to act in a loving way and remember that love is not a scarce resource. The idea of failure in relation to work and especially to lived experience as a femme-indigenous woman is not a success story, but this failure is something I am proud of today. I will go on and fail some more because this is how queer Indigenous life goes on. I think it is safe to say that waiting for the settlers to give us back our shit and start respecting queer Indigenous folks will continue to perpetrate the figure of the tragic Indian. And like Lee Miracle, I am no longer recognize myself as tragic. The need of Native peoples to wait for healing until settlers recognize their greed, arrogance, and violence is placing the possibility for change in the wrong hands because it relies on a response from settlers. I don't want to write to that crowd anymore, even though somebody has to do that work. There's a lot of fear mongering that goes on these days, and I want to try to act out of love rather than fear. This may fall apart, but I will be okay because I have friends and family that love me. These are the things that are sacred and dear. Relationship between the dispossessed are something to get passionate about. This talk does not throw up statistics of murder, rape, and other negative biopolitical effects of living as a colonized nations under a settler, colonial, and heteropatriarchal regime. I am not here to beg you to respect queer, Indigenous, and Two-Spirit peoples. I'm here to show how practices of decolonization can change the way we do research, study, and live. In other words, I'm refusing to represent myself and other queer Indigenous women as only sad colonized, dispossessed victims. I also refuse to only discuss the negative and hard parts of being a queer Indigenous person. Now is the moment. It is this time to stop always discussing settler colonialism and how damaged we have been by genocide, the theft of land, misrepresentation, and the general lack of recognition for our general awesomeness as people. We get that settler colonialism is a process and not an event because we live with this truth. This also means that decolonization begins with a discussion of how many ways queer Indigenous folks have been wronged by settler colonialism, but this in my mind should only be a small part of the conversation. I don't want to talk and think about settler shenanigans anymore. It is time to start focusing on us and to start imagining what we really want for our communities and ourselves. Love seems like a good place to start this conversation. As we sit here, perched, huddled together, chilled from throwing away the contaminated pox blankets, hungry from having little access to our salmon brother, we need to come together and feel for ourselves and learn how to keep ourselves warmed by another light, another source of energy and engagement with ideas. No more will I use tragedy as a means of proving my humanity and ability to love. Together, we can find another way of forging nourishment and love, even if it only lasts for a moment. The world offers few comforts, and love is one of them. Reaching out for someone to think with is how this all began, and that was fueled by love. My hope for the future lies in the idea that we will all find love and the love found in study, whether this begins with an awkward but desired hand job, a beautiful deep kiss, or an appreciation of somebody's ideas or political commitments are all amazing beginnings on this journey. The future is queer, which means it's full of possibilities, beauty, care, healing, and world remaking. I'll end with Christos from her book of queer Indigenous poetry, In Her I Am. Now that I've covered my ass, sealed my reputation as a troublemaker, and raised some eyebrows, and hopefully some more interesting body parts, I'll wish you, my dyke friends, a very wet night with as much satisfaction as you can conjure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finley, for your passionate and meaningful keynote. It is with much, much, much scarlet pride that we have you as alumnus and are able to have you with us. It's incredibly courageous to address these complexities and struggles in personal settings, but all the more so academically, where the fight is real. It's on us to help bring your life to message to life, and your speech is empowering in its purpose. And the idea of accentuating the positive while confronting the past and present is important for us as we do so. We will have Dr. Finley back on the non-binary spectrum a panel from 2 to 2:55 p.m.
I'd like to ask a question of Dr. Finley, and that is obviously very powerful, as Avi just said. Why don't we start teaching this to younger individuals? Why isn't this taught in grade school, in high school, that one has to take a specific college course to learn, to understand? And how can we change that?
Well, I mean, I think in some places, like, attitudes are radically changing, right? And I have seen, like, I mean, just the work that's happened on gender in the past 5 years has been really incredible. And I know people might think it's moving very slow, and of course it always is. But just to see the kind of changes I've seen just in the last few years has been kind of incredible. But I also think that you kind of have to be at a certain point and ready to hear something different. Do you know, like, but I think people kind of are, right? Because I mean, this moment we're in is, I don't want to be in this moment for very much longer. I want something very much more beautiful and different. So yeah, I mean, I would love to have this as part of education, but it also would mean that parents would want to hear that too, right? And I also just think it's really awesome to think about how I love that there are so many different ideas out there. And it's really easy to get into this thing where you just like want to have just one idea, right? But I think that we need a complexity of ideas out there too. But having a generous heart, that takes a lot of effort. And I know it's really a lot to ask of people who are already kind of hurt and down too, So yeah, but thank you so much. That's a very kind and generous question. Thank you. And I'm sure other people have really good ideas.
We have another question from Nola.
Yes, it's actually, I guess, a follow-up question. What resources would you suggest for not only people my age, but for younger people? I have little siblings who are 8 years old. They're in the second grade, and there's just so much to teach them about, the array of what you were speaking of. And sometimes I find myself just not knowing where to start, especially because of school.
Right. I'll put some links, and I think these videos are available to everybody, because there's been some really gorgeous, like Hawaiian, like I show this really beautiful short Hawaiian film. It's like 10 minutes long. And it just like talks about like that, how we can introduce all these different non-binary, like, queer, Indigenous worldviews and things, right? And I think that those are really nice places to start. And I also could put, I don't know if I can put files in here, but there's some like really great writings. Like Leanne Simpson has this gorgeous thing, chapter in a book called Land as Pedagogy. And there's some really, I just think there's some really cool things people could read that are not, maybe then talk to their kids about them and try to incorporate those ways of teaching in a kinder and more gentler way. Because we're not just going to unlearn like, our whole lifetime and also generations of hurt, because that's the thing. I think colonialism has hurt all of us, not just Indigenous people, right? And that we have a lot of work to do to start healing from that and being in a different relationship with land. So I'll try to find those links, and if not, at least the names of the films so you can try to get at them. Because like Kumuhina, and I will say, I really do feel like it's really the Hawaiians who are really, and also the Maoris, Pacific Islanders are really on top of this situation. Because I always find popular culture is the best. So, and comics, I have some comics too. So.
Can I ask a question, Abby?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Dr. Finley. It was just so wonderful to hear your talk, and I absolutely loved the TwoSpirit, oh, the TwoSpirit queer kind of imagery that you provided. And I really think the damage that has been done through the settler colonialism to the Native Americans has just been completely damaging. But I was wondering if you have been involved in some activism within Indigenous groups to kind of unearth or recover or empower them? And if so, if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, because, and this is kind of the thing, I would love to tell you all that, since we Native people have these histories of oppression and, values being pushed on us, that we are really on top of this situation, but we're really not, right? And that's the part that I find to be so harmful. So I just try to be open and and not just try to settle for the idea that, as we've learned from, the people of color power movements of the 60s and 70s, that we can't wait for gender and sexuality to become, we can't wait till after the revolution to start attending to these really important things, that these are part of white supremacy. These are part of settler colonialism. Like, they are integral parts of this that we need to start breaking apart now, right? Because that's the thing. I think that, I hate to say this, but, hurt people, right? As we've heard so many times before. And it's really hard to not kind of go back to patriarchy and be like, oh, well, we need a male leader. We need a straight leader. But I've seen many examples of queer Indigenous people leading these, leading different things up at Jamaica Osario, and other people who have taken on huge leadership roles, but that has come at a huge cost to them. People are not always kind and generous to them, even if they take up these leadership roles. There's this film I love to show in my classes, Kuwahina, about a Mahu Indigenous Hawaiian woman, and a lot of, she is an amazing person, and she just is a queer trans person is what we would say in the settler Western terms, but she's living this life that's beautiful, right? And to me, I always try to make it as part of the thing, not as some specialized issue, but actually an issue we need to attend to in order to really change the way things are, but sometimes people don't want to do it because they Native people, we'll bring up tradition. We're hey, but I'm tradition is changing, it is for everybody. Now we know more about gender identity, and some of us have known for a long time. I think this is something we need to start adapting into our life ways, into our being, and not just have it be this political correctness issue or whatever. This is about accepting and loving each other, right? So I honestly, I have not a lot of really good experiences with that. But if people want me, involved, they do know what they're getting. So I guess that's always a good sign, right? But I feel so many times, my things are just about bringing up, issues, I think, but they may or may not be attended to, right? I can't, that's what I mean. I feel so many of our things are not going to be success stories. They're going to be stories of trying something and it fails, maybe trying something else, but, just keep trying to do something, so if you can, and you might not have that capacity, right? And that's for real too. So
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if you can see. Can you see the chat, Dr. Finley? Many comments, very emotional.
Oh, thank
comments.
you.
Yeah. Can you see them?
I can.
Yeah. Okay, great.
I'm trying to see if I can see particular questions. Camilla, hello. Dr. Townsend.
All right, so if we don't have any further questions, we can slowly start shifting over to our next panel. Again, Dr. Finley will be back. for the 2 to 255 non-binary spectrum panel. From now, for the next hour, we will be discussing intersectionality. The compounding of ethnic and gender identities creates unique conflict for an individual going about their daily life. We're asking the question of how does intersectionality apply across the spectrum? And with us, we have the venerable, the great Dr. Cheryl Clark, Virgela Luador, Nala Pina, and Father Scott Russell to help with moderation.
All right. Thank
Feel free to
you.
introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Scott Russell. I'm the chaplain at the Canterbury House on Main Street, off College Ave. I'm also the one of the sponsors of Quack, Queer and Christian, and excited about. I'll get our mascot to show you later. We have little unicorn ducks are our mascots. So, but I am excited to be with these panelists, and if we could each go through and introduce ourselves quickly, and actually, if you would, to get us started. The first question we have is, how would you define intersectionality and how does it apply to your life? If you would, perhaps introduce yourself, give us a sense of what brings you here today, but then maybe start answering those questions about intersectionality. Dr. Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be involved in a program that was started by Mark Schuster, with whom and for whom I worked at Rutgers for about 20 years. So I retired from Rutgers in 2013, and I was invited by the organizers of this program to be on this panel. Now, am I supposed to say, Scott, what I think intersectionality is?
Let me give
now
us a first sort of brief snapshot of perhaps your experience of intersectionality. It doesn't have to be the full, we've got an hour, but maybe a quick snapshot.
Well, I have to say, I have to claim that intersectionality is an idea and a practice, if I'm not mistaken, that was originated by Black feminists. And we can go back to the Combahee River Collective statement in 1977 or 78, in which they said that we must wage an integrated struggle for liberation. And so I should say we, because I'm a Black feminist too. We see intersectionality as the combination of identities. We see intersectionality, actually the term intersectionality was originated by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1985, I think. when she talked about how identities don't exist in a vacuum, that there has to be some kind of confluence, some kind of integration of them, and some kind of practice of that integration, which I think perhaps is the hardest part. How do you practice intersectionality? So I'll just stop there right now because
Kind of gets us
you know,
going.
I talk too much.
Oh, no, we are here to listen. So thank you.
Thank you.
How is your audio?
Me? Mine?
Jella?
I'll give it a shot. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, she's no
my name-
longer on delay.
We hope.
For the time being. So fingers crossed, the technology gods are smiling upon me today.
Yes.
It's so great to be here to be a part of this discussion. My name is Virgella Lador, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of A&MP Creative Studios. We partner with nonprofits, creative entrepreneurs, and social enterprises whose work is centered upon making an impact on the communities that they find themselves within, outside of just making money or making an impact. So I find that our work a lot of the times deals in finding different ways to connect with people or audiences that aren't along the lines of our own identities. So it's a constant readdressing or reintroduction to new experiences. And in my understanding, intersectionality really shapes and creates a framework for us to define who and what it means to be human, who gets to, in the larger sense of our cultural and daily interactions, has access to humanity. And it's super exciting to, as Dr. Finley mentioned, see the strides that are made in different areas, whether we're talking about education or media, to expand our idea of what it is to be human, and having everyone witnessed, whether visually or through the written word. But that's all a product and an outcome of this beautiful, beautiful work that Black feminists have put in for us to be able to reap and cultivate in greater lengths as we continue to experience it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Nala.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nala Pena. I am a recent graduate from Rutgers, undergraduate and graduate. I don't work right now, but my previous employment was with the Elvis Duran Morning Show. I currently freelance with TMZ and with iHeartRadio. My most recent job was working for free with Dean Schuster as well. And so many of the things that I have done include editing, administrative work, and working this event last year and this year, which is very exciting. And so I'd like to piggyback off what the other panelists said, because I also think that intersectionality is an idea, but bringing it all together, it's an idea that provides definition to what bureaucracy needs and what society needs. And with that said, this intertwining of multiple identities within one person, in my opinion, is a superpower. But if not catered for, if not paid attention to, if not acknowledged, bureaucracy and society can stop things from happening, can stop the superpower from being for what it is, essentially. And so to me, intersectionality is the strength that we need in literally every aspect of society. And I think that through this panel, just to bring it all together through this panel, not just with the participants, but with the questions provided, we'll get a good idea of how intersectionality is going to continue to push and evolve LGBTQ culture in this world.
Absolutely. Thank you. And let's go backwards through the panel now. So Nala, you're still up. How the next question specifically, how do you feel about LGBTQ plus identity, and how do you feel that is treated in your culture? And perhaps digging a little deeper, as a non-white LGBTQ person, how is your experience of intersectionality when, especially if you're in largely white LGBT populations? Can you speak to those experiences? Again, multiple identities making an impact on your experience and your voice.
This is a question I sit on a lot ever since meeting Mark Schuster. And I think that is because I have multiple identities and I do identify with multiple cultures, but I think for the sake of the question and time, I'll focus on the fact that my nationality, ethnicity, I'm Dominican. And in Caribbean land, topic of LGBTQ culture is very controversial and even dangerous. And so while I feel hopeful, I also wouldn't necessarily say that I am proud of the progress made, maybe because, I mean, just last year, the country legalized, just last year it became illegal for children to become married with each other. In 2006, at least 33 cases of murders of transgender individuals was reported. And even though, which is very unlike neighboring Caribbean countries, even though in the Dominican Republic, it isn't illegal to identify as LGBTQ, it's still dangerous. Resources are withheld, emergency services are withheld, people experience discrimination by police, extortion by police, it's difficult to get employment. And so with that said, I don't live there. So what does that mean for me? Because I have family over there, but like I said, I work in media and I have a voice where I'm able to impact people. And so I think just knowing about this on a wide spectrum, because like I said, it's things from kids getting married. Now, what happens with a gay child? It's things like abortion is completely banned still. And even though it's not illegal to identify as LGBTQ, that doesn't mean that there's a lot of issues. And so I'm proud that when it comes to disposability of LGBTQ identifying individuals, that in some cases is not an option, but I do think there needs to be progress made. And what I could do is continue to highlight the different issues that exist.
Thank you. Yes, as you said, many issues, and it's very complicated. So, Virgella, do you want to respond to the question? I can repeat the question. So,
Okay,
want me to?
that sounds good.
Okay. So how do you feel about how LGBTQ plus identity is treated in your culture? And then perhaps specifically as non-white LGBTQ person in spaces with largely white LGBTQ populations?
Well, similarly to Nala, my background, like I'm Haitian and I'm a first generation American. So the cultural landscape, if you will, is very religious. It's very Catholic and Protestant, very Judeo-Christian in terms of understandings of what is acceptable, what is godly, if you will. So a lot of the times it's first and foremost having that transformation and education for myself, because being raised very religious, that is how the Bible is interpreted in the landscapes and places that I grew up and had my religious education within. So I found myself, as I'm getting older, having to re-understand the love of God and understand that the same way that I am loved in my heterosexuality and seen perfectly imperfect in the eyes of God, that's the same experience. That's, in my understanding, that's the same experience, and that's the same vision that God has for LGBTQ plus identifying individuals, and having to take that experience and that transformation that I've had personally and relaying it to people in my life, whether that's my mom or I can't even begin to have the conversation with my grandmother at this point, but my cousins and my brother, but really bringing it down to a place of human love, right? God's human love. And I understand that there are people who don't identify with a higher being, but within the context of my cultural background, I really had to take it down to a base level of God's love is present and available for us all, despite who we choose to love and have intercourse with. But it's a constant learning and an education, especially as we're seeing the expansion of gender identities and sexual orientation, not resting on my laurels, understanding that, oh, I know about trans issues or this particular identity, like I can just stop there and that's enough. But having a hunger to understand about more and more about these marginalized identities is an experience that I'm really appreciating and loving. But it's definitely a work in having the conversations with people who are tied to my culture.
Thank you. Yes, and I can tell you the work I've been doing on campus, specifically with people identified both as queer and Christian. Sometimes the Christian part is part of their past, but some of the spiritual trauma that they've experienced is considerable. And we work pretty close with a lot of the chaplains with CAPS and other groups to work with students who are traumatized. And spirituality is very difficult, can be a very difficult aspect, again, of their personality, their experience, but also of their past and what has shaped them coming to today. So, Dr. Clark, Cheryl, however you want us to call you.
We can't
Clark,
hear.
please unmute.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now? I had muted myself. Maybe I should continue to mute myself. A long time ago, I wrote an article called "The Failure to Transform, Homophobia in the Black Community." And okay. And I talked about particular kinds of homophobia I talked about homophobia in the Black community, and I tried not to stereotype Black people's attitudes. Well, I tried not to say, oh, this is Black people's attitude toward homosexuals. I tried to look at it through the context of our desire as a people to conform to heterosexual and heterosexist norms. Of course, nobody said heterosexism then because the term wasn't invented. But so it's sort of like what Dr. Finley said about Indigenous heteropatriarchy, which I think we have to fight. Of course, we have to fight it, and we have fought it. And I think that how LGBTQ people are treated in the Black community varies according to people's politics and beliefs, you know. And I still think we have to fight homophobia in the Black community. And white people, well, I'm so used to being among white people. After all, I worked at Rutgers for 41 years, you know, and there's a lot of white people there. So I'm so used to being among white people since the second grade, and I will be 75 in May, so that's a long time. So what can I say about white people? You have your answer there, you know. You have to fight racism like you fight homophobia. I'll stop there. I'll mute myself now. I'm laughing too much.
Well, we met as a group, was that Friday? When did we meet? I think it was Friday. And got to know each other a little bit and sort of looked through the questions and things. And one of the questions, and I wanted to give us plenty of time for this because it is, we agreed this was a pretty serious topic. Specifically in the last few months, I think fairly recently in news headlines, we've been hearing legislation and just sort of movements happening in various states of the United States. In Florida, the Don't Say Gay bill, which was advanced. Legislation and governors saying various things in, I know, both Virginia and in Tennessee about reporting teachers who are trying to teach CRT, things like that. And then, of course, most recently, Texas, with this, I'm at a loss for words of how evil this, this legislation is, targeting specifically school-age trans children. And it has far-reaching implications, as we observed the other day, in terms of teaching professionals, parents, even houses of faith. I want to open it up. I don't want to necessarily call on you specifically, but if anybody wants to start off, just give us a sense of what you see going on, and we'll get to sort of some of the solutions perhaps after, but feel free to tell us what's on your heart.
Well, anger, for one. So Texas has always been a problem, hasn't it? Since the Alamo. No, that's a joke. It's become a bounty state. Aren't they doing the same thing around, except they're paying people, around women seeking abortions? Yeah. So parents who are aiding their who are, well, that's what parents are supposed to do, helping their trans children transition, could be subject to jail. Who's going to take care of the children? Or, physicians who provide services to kids who are trying to transition. This is, as I say, the bounty state, and you're right. Scott, you did a very good overview of the situation. And I read that Texas has authored more than 40 bills targeting trans and non-binary youth. Mm-hmm. And they probably don't even know what non-binary means, just like they don't know what, critical race theory is. I don't want to stereotype people in the South as ignorant. So I'll just stop there.
Okay. But
It's like segregation, like that woman, Marjorie, whatever her name is. You know, she's a Dixiecrat. Sorry.
I'm not stopping you, so.
I'll mute myself now, y'all.
Nala or Virgella, either of you want to?
Well, in the chat, I shared a link if anybody just wants to get a pic. And I'm sorry for my cat. I just want to say that there's no stopping this.
I love the cat. Thank you.
So I sent that if anybody just kind of wants to get a gist of what we're speaking on. But it scares me because, like Dr. Clark said when we met on Friday, it's very fascist what's going on, right? Kids cannot go to the resources that could essentially help them save their lives. And that's what scares me the most, is that kids, parents, teachers, doctors, people who are just trying to help, who are opening a safe space for children, are now seeking asylum, which isn't something I'm proud to say happens in my country, but it also, Texas does a lot of scary things within the past year. I mean, we see what they're even doing with women's rights. And so, sorry, we see what they're even doing with women's rights. And so it's scary, because I also think it makes me wonder, is this going to inspire terrible actions from other states? Is this going to discourage people from seeking help? Is this going to scare kids from continuing to discover their true selves? Because I mean, if there's one thing I'll say about Mark, he lived a life where he was truly himself. And I think that is a privilege, and that is almost a right that we should all have, is to be ourselves and to live life like that. And for a kid to have that taken away from them on all levels, and their resources are just being snatched from them, it's scary. And I know that we'll get into some potential solutions, but what I will say is that one solution I think exists is just opening conversation. And that was a solution that we had on the table, and now we're taking it away. Like, just having conversation with these children, not just saying therapy, but their guidance counselors can't even talk to them anymore. Their parents are going to get in trouble. And so, yeah, and the simplest way to say it's scary. And I don't want to say I'm interested to find out what is going to happen after, but I do think that if activism becomes more prominent, then I am interested to see how this could hopefully potentially stop. Hopefully.
Well, initially, of course, my reaction was, of course, not really surprised, because, you know, the landscape is what it is. But I think it's an opportunity. It reeks of opportunity to me, because there are people on the ground across the nation who are deeply invested in equity and building spaces for LGBTQ plus identifying people to have safety and foster community. So I think it's an opportunity to shift from the initial disgust and despair and shock, of course, going through those emotions, but really seeking out and highlighting and platforming the people who have invested their time, their energy, their money into creating spaces that are already in place, but just need additional support, additional highlighting, additional platforming. But thinking about it from the method that they've employed through policy and the policymaking process, there's opportunity there to coalesce in contacting legislators and building up campaigns like that on a local level, employing the power that we have at the local level before it becomes an issue here in New Jersey, calling the people who are calling the shots in our local towns and cities, letting them know that we are aware, we see what's going on over there, and don't bring that over here.
Absolutely.
I know, beautifully said. Beautifully said. You're right. You know, that's one of the reasons I refrained from saying fascism again. because we don't want it to get to that, even though some signs are there.
Mhm.
And I mean, you know, we still have the threat of, it's more of a threat now with you know who waiting in the wings. I don't want to say his name, but that little matter of January 6th, that was very scary. And as you say, Nala and Virgilla, it opens the door for more of that behavior.
Mhm.
Virgilla. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Virgilla, yeah. She said it and Nala said it. Both of
She
y'all said it.
Word awareness. And I wrote it. She said the word awareness. And I
Ye-
wrote that down because it starts with being aware, in my opinion.
Yeah, awareness.
As scary as it is, we have to
Yeah.
acknowledge when, I believe it was Dr. Angelo, somebody, I think it was Maya Angelou, said, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. So we don't need to really demystify what's going on. We see what's going on.
Mhm.
And I think the next step is just showing them who we are, who we profess to be, right? If we're flying this banner of intersectionality and equity, how will we walk that walk knowing that the impending threat, there's an example and a campaign that was successfully launched and mounted, and knowing that there's pending threat on the other side of the country, how are we going to mobilize and really ensure with all that we
Yeah.
have, all of the access, all of the education, all of the connections, that the people who are in the policymaking rooms know where we stand as a people, as a community, as a state.
Mhm.
So the question of, I hesitate to say solutions, but we might ask ourselves, where do you see the most need for improvement in our communities, the intersectional communities, whether it's health, mental and physical? Another question in the sort of a sub-question listed amongst the questions is seeing racism as a public health crisis.
Mhm.
Where do you see the cutting edge? Where are we most, what needs most of our attention right now?
I don't know where to begin on that. There are many things we have to, well, it's like intersectionality, you know, it's not just one thing. Like in America, no, in the United States, you just speak one language. But it's not just one thing. We have to confront, you know, someone else will have to speak. Nala and Virgilla, they have to speak. Because y'all is a generation, I mean, it's basically on y'all.
To your point, Dr. Cheryl, I think a great place to start is with the children, right? Because there's still a chance for them.
Poor
And
things.
I noticed that's who they're targeting.
precisely.
Yes.
Precisely. And because they know, right? Like they, what I'm seeing is that they have, like I mentioned, have successfully mounted a campaign. And there is a really strong opportunity there for us as a community of people who are invested in equity and intersectionality to look at and dissect that campaign, how they've strategically mounted it, and flip it on its head for our own use. And to that same connection, providing the safe spaces and maybe even thinking of creative ways to leverage institutions and organizations that are already present, like the Boys and Girls Club or the Big Sister Little Sister program, and coalescing ourselves as a community to put together a framework and approaching those organizations to integrate ideas and frameworks that deal with intersectionality and gender and sexual identity equity into the way that they implement their programs. So just thinking outside of the box and using what we see has been successful for them and flipping it, just thanking them for the work that they've done and remixing it for our own agenda, which is, of course, it's very easy to diminish someone else's work, but the work that we're doing is in favor of equity. So I would imagine and understand that to be the better work.
Yes. And
I think in keeping with that, our struggle has to, what was that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Keep going.
Well, our struggle has to be a combination of reform movement and radical movement, So we have to be willing to use some of the master's tools. And in the words, well, she didn't say that, in the words of Audre Lorde, but also new strategies to overturn what's happening in places like Texas. Do you think they in terms of LGBT, haven't they always kind of focused on young people? Because, haven't they always tried to prevent young people from becoming gay or lesbian? Now it's trans, they focusing on, they're honing in on the trans children.
Yeah. No.
Which is.
Yeah. I'm thankful that something Virgila said triggered in my mind that, thank God, I happen to be part of the Episcopal Church, and one of the Episcopal bishops in Texas, a cishet white guy, they came out with a statement condemning that practice in this new law in Texas. So people of faith, regardless, people who are fair-minded, good-thinking people need to speak up and not just say, well, again, I'm not part of, that's not part of my intersectionality. No, it's important. And I'm so glad faith leaders and others are able to stand up and stand against this inequity. So Nala, you were gonna speak?
Nala.
I guess what I'll say is, I don't think there's one most important issue that needs to be focused on, like Dr. Clark said. It's very intersectional. And so when it comes to just my personal experience, my intersectionality, I'd say that starting on I think this is more radical than reform, depending on how you look at it in your perspective, starting with media, the distribution of experiences, of stories, of news, of ideas. These kids are being used as weapons since a very long time. And so maybe altering that weapon and using it against the people who are making such disgusting policies, and reteaching and re-understanding to these kids that there are resources and everything under that umbrella, and just allowing people to see that conversations are had so that they could become more comfortable with them. So that if you present some sort of integration or program to the Boy Scouts or to the Boys and Girls Club, they've already seen it on TV. They already know the struggles that kids are dealing with because kids are important. And so re-weaponizing them in a positive way, I think, and maybe through media, because everybody's on TikTok, but the kids are who are using TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and all these things, and they're going to school and talking about it. So if you guys want added to the policy, if you guys want added to the curriculum, the kids will do it themselves type of thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where, with my impact, that's where I would start. Because like Dr. Clark said, but honestly, everything Virgella said really, I think, attests to this. Reform and radical movements are both needed in order to stop what's happening.
We've got just a few more minutes before we want to open it up to Q&A. But I want to end on a slightly more, give us a chance for a little positivity here. Is anything bringing you pride right now? Is there anything you want to hold up and say, Mark would be happy, but others would, just to know, give us some good news if you've got any. What brings you pride?
Well, I think this conference is good news. I think this conference is good news, things like this. I think, no, I'll just stay away from that. Yeah, please, let me just stop. I'll mute myself. Here I go.
Nala or Virgella?
In terms of, go ahead.
I didn't realize I wasn't muted. I'm sorry. You could go.
In terms of what's generating pride, honestly, these opportunities for connection and conversation. I think it's a seed or the foundational space for us to cultivate these spaces even more and think of how we can integrate them into our own little circles of influence, perhaps strategically thinking how we can gather our folks in our own circles to, hop on a call maybe once a month to really talk about how are we going to ensure that this stuff doesn't happen here, or how do we get in touch with the people who are doing the work here and letting them lead us in making sure that these things aren't a threat to children and people living here in New Jersey. So those ideas and opportunities to kind of create those spaces is what's giving me pride. So I'm super happy and grateful to be part of this conversation and to share in this space.
I agree. I'm very prideful for this event. I got the privilege of working with, if anybody watches RuPaul's Drag Race, I got to connect and work with the first transgender individual featured on that show, which is cool. But what I'm prideful of, what I really like about that is that I was able to have a conversation with her yesterday and tell her about this event and open her eyes, because she felt that she didn't have space for herself in an academic setting. I think is crazy. Even if you're in the entertainment industry, you're still a transgender individual with experiences that deserve to be shared. And so I'm prideful that I'm able to connect with people. And through this event, I'm able to we're going to continue having conversations, and hopefully I can get her integrated in some way or form, if not with Rutgers, with another academic trail that will give her confidence, will give her peers and her colleagues confidence. And honestly, it gives me confidence and makes me prideful to see other people evolve in ways that they didn't think they could.
Yeah, it's interesting. The other day, it might have just been the episode that just aired of RuPaul's current season. There are quite a few trans contestants now, and others who are really facing their own identity, and they're doing so on public television, which, you know, who knew that would ever happen? But talking about pronouns, what pronouns do you use? You know, things like that. This is on a, you know, this is pop culture. It's really quite amazing. Really quite amazing. Any final thoughts? We have about a minute before we want to open it up to Q&A. Am I seeing the question? I don't see anything in the chat right now. So I don't know that I see the Q&A chat. There are no open questions if I'm seeing the right thing. So do we need to remind the viewers to make use of the Q&A function? Yes, thank you. Dr. Clark, you mentioned an article earlier. Is that available anywhere? You're muted. Dr. Clark.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It's anthologized in Barbara Smith's book, Homegirls, a Black feminist anthology.
Okay, thank you.
It is, and that came out a long time ago, like 83. See, I'm ancient. And then it is also, and I'll just hold this up.
Nice.
It's also anthology. It's also in my collection.
Excellent.
Of prose and poetry. This is out of print, but I'm sure you can get it on eBay.
Sure.
It's called The Days of Good Looks. Sorry. Prose and Poetry, 1980 to 2005. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? I was still in Rutgers then. Oh, goodness.
I'm a big fan of audiobooks. So my question would be, is there an audiobook version of that?
I like audiobooks too, but I don't think so.
Well, I think
no, there isn't.
Okay. Scott, I have a question from you for you on the chat.
I saw that. I was going to get to that, but no, I was just trying to convince Cheryl maybe she needs to record the audiobook for her own book.
I should, shouldn't I?
Authors read their own work.
No, I won't be. Won't be reading it.
Okay. All right. Question for me from Jordan. Everyone actually can answer this as well. From your experience and perception, how else have LGBT believers of Christ overcome the condemnation from the church?
Well, they've gone to churches that accept them.
Right. Yeah.
You know, because, you know, it's, you know, like I have two friends who live, you know, okay, two men in their 70s and 80s, and they were Catholic. One of them had even been a priest. And they just left and went to the Episcopalian church. You know, I mean, it's like, God doesn't care. I'm an atheist, but God doesn't care what religion you are.
Right.
You know, that's what this nun who used to work at Rutgers, she counseled kids, you know, and one girl came to her and said, I'm Catholic, and God doesn't want me to be gay, queer, or whatever. And, you know, the nun said, God's not like that, honey. You know, God has more important things to do.
Amen. I was going to say, preach. Thank you. That's I know. I remember working with a student who was trans, and the issue of baptism came up because their church refused to baptize them in their new identity. They refused to acknowledge, and it seemed so beautiful, the idea of baptism in your new life. You know, this is who you really are, and being baptized, what a beautiful way to mark that transition. But the church refused to acknowledge new names, new pronouns, anything. And just how traumatic that was for them and their faith. And they didn't want to leave their church. And I don't blame them.
Oh, yeah, right. I know.
So painful. It can be very gut-wrenchingly painful. And
yeah,
I lost touch with them. I'm not sure what quite happened, but it really was just a moment of grief and of just soul-crushing rejection.
Mm-hmm.
And what could have been a beautiful moment, you know, of affirmation and of raising them up, and a renaming ceremony, which some churches have developed rites and rituals around that. Let's have a renaming ceremony.
Yeah.
What an opportunity.
Yeah.
What a beautiful opportunity that they missed because they couldn't see beyond their God in a box, as we say.
Mm-hmm. I think we have to, I hope your student gets over his grief about his church.
It's the journey of a lifetime for many people.
Yeah.
It really is. And to just sit with, acknowledge, and live with that grief. Leave behind when you need to leave. As I'm not sure again who might have been, was it Nina Simone? Somebody said, when they're no longer serving love, you get up and leave the table.
I don't know, but that's very good.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
I was about to say, it's so much easier said than done.
Absolutely.
Because it's so easy for me, especially me, heterosexual woman, to say, I mean, if they're not accepting you, that's a toxic relationship. Just walk away, right? Live a happy life. It's so much easier said than done. But it's scary because that almost is the answer for a lot of people in that lifelong journey. And even still, they struggle after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We are at time, it looks like. I want to invite anyone to give us a final thought.
We have a question in the Q&A.
Oh, we do. I see. Any other pop culture references beside RuPaul? Of course, Pose was a show, wonderful show, that's now over, I believe. It's becoming so much easier, I think, to find representation and in pop culture than it used to be.
A show that Pose is great because it also, I mean, AIDS is brought up, and one of the main actors on the show actually does have AIDS in real life, and so I think that is amazing. It's his history is brought up so much. If you want something a little bit more modern, euphoria is big in pop culture right now. There's an actual transgender individual who plays in the show as a transgender character, and we get scenes of very heavy therapy sessions and things like that. But if you're okay with sending me your contact info, I will find more to send, because I study media and that is something that I should know more of.
And Paris is Burning, somebody mentioned, which Pose is actually sort of tangential to Paris is Burning. It's about the ballroom culture, which Paris is Burning, which is brilliant. If you've ever seen Paris is Burning, you got to start there.
And what I will say for anybody who has not watched RuPaul's Drag Race, and this is coming from my friend's mouth, it is not the most progressive. If you really do want to learn and you really, the people who work on the show, I mean, all I'm saying is that there's more ethical practices. So something like Pose and Euphoria, those I think are great shows to start with. And I personally, while I do think the artistry is amazing, I would recommend RuPaul's Drag Race more for the artistry of the drag than anything else.
And a trans panelist on RuPaul once said, trans is your life, drag is a performance.
Yeah.
There's a difference. So,
and I will say in this season, a couple other people have said the same thing. So I don't think they advocate for transgenders as much as they brand themselves to.
got room to grow. We've got room to grow. All right, it's 1:55. Avi, are we done?
Yeah, we are good. And I'll actually turn it over to Catherine Little, the other co-chair of the colloquium.
Hello,
Thank you
Kat.
so much, Scott, Dr.
Thank you.
Clark, Virgila, Nala. Y'all are excellent. God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi guys, thank you so much for paneling. That was really informative and excellent panel. I learned a lot personally. So just thank you again for that. Going on to our next event is our panel on intersectionality. And to sum it up in a sentence or two, you would say students and scholars will come together to discuss non-binary identity and examine how it's perceived by the public across time and culture while conspiring for a better tomorrow. So let's give you guys a couple minutes, stretch, walk away from the computer, use the bathroom, and we'll reconvene with the intersectionality panel at 2 o'clock.
All right, folks, I hope that was a nice little break. We're going to get started with our panel on intersectionality now, featuring Sean Williams, as well our gracious co-chair, and as well as Chris Finley, Dr. Chris Finley, Maddie Engelman, and Will Vargas, moderated by Nala Pena.
Hello.
Hey.
Well, guess we're just waiting for Maddie. Oh, they're there. Hi. I'm glad to be here. Oh, wait. Oh, that's
Hey everyone, so give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Awesome. So, I guess we'll start in an order, but if we find that that's kind of uncomfortable, or if anybody wants to jump in, definitely feel free to break the order. I'm going to send it in the chat. It's just the order that that was typed out to me. So afterwards, I think that I want to start with, in that order, the panelists could share their name, their pronouns, and just kind of a short introduction explaining how the person that you are has led you onto this panel. And after we get over those 1 minute introductions, we could roll into the questions.
Okay, I guess I'll start. My name is Will Vargas and my pronouns are they, them. And I'm a community-based counselor with our counseling center, CAPS, which stands for Counseling, Alcohol, Psychiatric Services for the New Brunswick and Rutgers community. And what's led me to this panel is my passion for working with our community, our LGBTQIA+ community, since the start of my clinical social work career. And so I've had the privilege and honor to be invited to be on this panel, and I very much look forward to being part of very fortuitous conversations.
Hello, my name is Chris Finley, and I identify as a member of the Colville Nation, she, her pronouns or whatever. And I think I'm really just going to take a back seat, as I've already told as at our meeting, because I do not identify as, gender non-binary or trans. So I'm just going to be here and, do that. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Maddie. I primarily use they, them, theirs pronouns, but, and I can go into this a bit later, with my identity, my pronouns tend to change. So I've used he, they, ze, them, all kinds of different things, but they, them is a pretty safe bet for me. What led me to be on this panel today, I think, is just my kind of passion for queer discourse. I always like talking about and learning from other queer people, or talking with and learning from other queer people, and talking about kind of the really broad spectrum and diverse array of queer identities and how they interact with each other and with other identities. And so I'm very honored to be a part of this panel, and I'm happy to be here today.
Hi, so my name is Sean Williams. I use ze, them, zer, and she, her pronouns. I'm a recent Rutgers graduate. I graduated class of 2021 with a bachelor's degree in psychology and a minor in social justice. Currently I'm out of work, but I am volunteering with the Bayard Rustin Center for Social Justice, which is based in Princeton, New Jersey. And so I got on this panel because I had the honor of actually being part of last year's colloquium as a panelist. And so during the planning of this colloquium, I was invited back to both help plan it and to be on this panel. And I'm proud to be here to just like talk about my experience with being non-binary.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. So again, we have that order in the chat, but do not, if you do not feel comfortable, that is okay. Answer however you want. The first question reads, how did you discover your non-binary identity? A deep question. I'll read a couple that are going to follow up after if you want to start thinking about it. What does your identity mean to you? How does it intersect with sexuality? And I'll leave those two there for now if you want to think about it. But how did you discover your non-binary identity?
Sorry, Nala, do you want to go straight back in the order again, or do you just want us to answer, or do you want to do like reverse, like what?
It's there if you guys want to follow it. So we could start with Will, but if you're not comfortable, I mean, just jump in, whoever wants to jump in first. I just put it there just in case.
Yeah, so Will, I can open it up back to you if you want.
Sure. So part of my journey has been a very cultural one. As you can see in my name, I have Sha, which means they, them in Tagalog. And the Filipino Tagalog language uses neutral pronouns to refer to another individual. And so in many ways, it was already very much embedded within me as an individual in the culture and heritage I was brought up in to look outside of the binary And so, it seems like a very simple journey, and yet, it takes a lot to uncover and discover whom one truly is underneath all the colonialism, because the Philippines has a history of being colonized and by both, the Spaniards as well as the United States. And so, looking at the language in and of itself and looking at the resilience in which it has survived has been both part of my own cultural awakening into who I am as an individual. And so, with that said, working within a college, university setting, not only has been really eye-opening for me because I used to work in hospital settings prior to that and K through 12 educational settings as well, but you don't learn about, non-binary identities or gender identity or gender expression the way that you do in university settings as you are learning to discover who you are as an individual. And part of being able to identify as I do has certainly been, a longstanding journey from birth, because where I grew up, it wasn't emphasized to dress as feminine. Although in the Filipino culture where I grew up also, it was very much a hyper feminine education which I received, and it didn't feel right. It never did. And so, being, able to grow up in multiple cultures at the same time is, a unique experience. Not everyone gets to do it, but it gives you the choice over time, and with an understanding that you do have a choice as to how you want to express yourself, and that you don't have to be defined by, what you've been conditioned by. So that's been, part of my own particular journey, and I hope and wish a good journey for everyone else. Thank you.
I can speak next. Also, I realized I used the wrong chat function, but I forgot to mention I'm still an undergraduate student here at Rutgers University. I am a marine biology and visual arts double major. So there's that. As far as my identity, it's very much still an ongoing process for me in discovering who I am and what I identify with and what labels feel right. I'm a very big believer that I have kind of like a love-hate relationship with labels, I guess. I feel that they're not necessary, but they can be extremely helpful. And so I actually would say I use a variety of labels. The technically most specific one is a micro label called Libra Fluid or Libra Flux. And it took me a while to get to that point because I feel like I was still kind of clinging on to my assigned gender at birth for a very long time. There were, I think, a lot of different factors that went into that. I was assigned female at birth, and I took a lot of delight growing up in kind of defying stereotypes or what I was told that girls should like or girls should be. But there was always something more to it. And for a long time, I just really refused to acknowledge it. And when I finally did, I started actually looking into it. And it was a lot of actually being around other queer people and having queer friends who encouraged me to go into that and to not ignore it. And it's been a gradual process. I've gone through Libra Fluid is like my third label already. And I think that's something that is not unusual, I think, for a lot of people. And it's a process, definitely. And there are times where it's hard or it's frustrating because you feel like you don't understand yourself. And like, of all people, who should I understand? I should understand myself. But it's there's also kind of a joy in it and getting to test things out and to figure out who you are and to say, okay, I went through that and that's not me, but this is. And then finally getting to a point where even if it's like, for a time being, you can say, even if it's limited for a time being. You can say, okay, I'm at this point of understanding with myself. I know who I am, at least to this extent, and just taking a moment to be in that moment and to be happy and proud of who you are. And so that's definitely, I think, a kind of key component for me in the whole process.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of what the best way to go into this, because there's so many different angles I can go from, because I feel like my identity has been shaped by so many things. But I think I'm just going to focus on how I saw it as I was growing up, because I think it took until high school for me to even realize that being trans was a thing that was possible, even for people my age. Like when I was in high school, I was acquainted with, I think, 3 different trans people, all of whom were non-binary, in fact. And it took until college for it to click that was like, oh, wait, I can also be trans. And so I definitely owe a lot to me being able to form my identity as a trans person, as a non-binary person, to being at Rutgers. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I've had the honor of being a treasurer for at most 3 different student organizations dealing with that cater and serve LGBTQ students at Rutgers, being Transmissions, Diego, which is the Union for LGBTQ plus people of color on campus, as well as Queer Caucus, which is an organization made up of students working with the Center for Social Justice Education at Rutgers to help provide funds, and also to help like organize some more behind the scenes stuff for the other student organizations. And yeah, being able to work with all those people and learn even more different experiences with being, I think helped me to, even now, like figure out what I identify with and how I identify. Because I've used multiple different labels over the years. Like at first I thought I was primarily a trans woman, and I still identify with the idea of being trans feminine very strongly, but I don't know if I necessarily consider myself a woman anymore. And that's been like a good 4 years worth of just thinking about and reframing how I think of myself and my identity and how I want to be seen by other people. And this is kind of bleeding into the next bit of the question, I think. But I think my identity is really strongly influenced by my autism. I have been obviously I've been autistic my entire life, because that's how it works. But I wasn't diagnosed until July of 2021. So I went my entire life not knowing I was autistic, and there was a lot of like isolation within that, and a lot of like not quite getting a lot of social expectations, and like including social expectations around gender and stuff like that. And I think the experience of not getting gender quite like that is how it has influenced my identifying as non-binary now, because I never quite got that distinction between like binary genders, because it didn't make sense to me, and it's honestly it still doesn't make sense to me. So like a lot of my influence, a lot of my figuring out my identity was doing research into gender to figure out what it was, so that I could figure out what to call myself. And that's still an ongoing process, because trying to figure out what a gender is difficult when the descriptions of that keep changing and keep shifting based on whether that's like our society trying to impose stuff on it, or whether that's people figuring out words they want to use to describe themselves. So yeah, so currently I consider myself non-binary. I consider myself trans feminine, but I don't have any more specific words than that, just because I don't know if they're would be a word more specific enough to be able to convey that easily, aside from my gender's my gender.
I love that you said my gender's my gender. Maddie said it's not necessary, it's helpful. And these are just things that I think really, everything that's said, it encapsulates what we'll be speaking about. To kind of close off this question, I'm gonna give you guys a little extra to think about before we move on. And so if you could just talk to me, we spoke about intersectionality recently. And so I kind of wanna know about intersectionality in your specific experiences. And so what have interactions with other identities been like? Immigrants, other racial minorities, other Indigenous peoples, neurodivergence. So that's one question that I'll ask, but I'll also, aside from what have interactions with other identities been like, I will also ask how, and we kind of answered this, but still, how does this identity that you possess intersect with your sexuality? Sorry, so how does this identity intersect with your sexuality, but also how would you describe your interactions with other identities? If you want, we could start with Will.
So as I've experienced and I'm thinking and reflecting on your questions, I think the interactions are going to vary as much for most folks will. And, you know, most of the time I don't go out and say, hi, my name is Will, and list my identities because they're so apparent, both in my gender expression as well as my haircut and, you know, being a PETA identified, even though I'm American and have been Americanized, there are still identities that are imposed upon me, whether I like it or not. And that in and of itself is an interaction with the self. You know, how do I want to be defined? You know, how do others define me as they're looking at me, and getting a feel for the type of person that I am, if they are willing to sit down and have a conversation. And thinking about how does that interact or intersect with, you know, my sexuality. You know, I think of non-binariness as that liminal space that Gloria Anzaldúa talks about, in which, you know, when you're inhabiting that space, it's a place of creativity, of, you know, creation in and of itself. And, you know, it defies definition sometimes. And so the concept even of having to come out over and over and over and over again over one's lifetime very much speaks to that need for the binary to exist. And so I no longer encourage my students to come out, you know, rather it is, you know, is this something that feels right for you, you know, or do you feel that this is another aspect of binariness that you need to be either out or in? So yeah, those are some of my thoughts in regards to that specifically.
Maddie, if you want to take it over.
Yeah, sure. So as far as intersecting with my sexuality, I ascribe to the split model of attraction, excuse me, as an aspec person, which is aromantic or asexual spectrum identifying person, for those of you not aware of the slang. I have a habit of doing that, I'm sorry. And I think there's a lot that kind of dovetails into that, especially with my particular gender expression, because I have days where I feel more feminine or I feel more masculine, or I feel more agender, but I may present not all that differently. I bind some days, I don't other days. I generally speaking, though, I'm still figuring out my expression. And so most of the time I end up kind of as still relatively femme presenting, whether or not I want to be. And so I'm sorry, keeping track of my thoughts. But I'm also in a relationship currently with someone who is masculine presenting. And so with that, I am in a straight passing relationship, which makes things a little bit complicated. I guess it makes it simpler for being out in public because people don't question our relationship. But at the same time, it makes things complicated for me in my own head. I have a tendency to overanalyze things, and kind of my relationships and my sexuality is no exception there. Additionally, with other identities, my religion and spirituality is kind of a mishmash of a bunch of things at this point. I'm still sort of figuring out things for myself, but I was raised in a Reformed Jewish community, and I still feel a connection to Judaism, even though I don't necessarily connect with the idea of God. But growing up in Judaism, Hebrew is a gendered language for the most part. And a lot of the traditions and practices in Judaism are also gendered, or are at least separated by gender. And so navigating that and finding ways where I can still exist in those spaces as I am is also, still an ongoing process. But I'm very lucky that the community that I was raised in and my home synagogue is supportive in that, and I can have an open communication with my rabbi and things like that.
Yeah, so with regards to sexuality, I consider myself bisexual. I have looked into the history of bisexuality, and I associate with how the bisexual community has defined themselves over the years. And so I'm happy to be a part of that. And I've actually thought that I was bisexual since before I even knew I was trans. So, and yeah, and I also do consider myself as somewhat on the spectrum of asexuality. I consider myself demisexual, and to my understanding, demisexuality is usually referred to in the sense that someone doesn't really experience sexual attraction towards people that they're not close with. And yeah, and I think those I think honestly, my demisexuality is also kind of a function of my autism, where it takes me a bit to be comfortable with people. And I don't know, I do find it hard to interact with people I'm not super close with sometimes. But more with regards to other aspects of my identity being non-binary. Honestly, I don't think my sexuality really affects me being non-binary. It more affects how that works in the sense of like in relationship, I guess. So I haven't experienced being non-binary and being bisexual too much together, just because I've also never been in a relationship. So yeah, what I think affects my identity more is the fact that I consider myself mixed race. My mother is Indian. She was an immigrant to the US when she was a child, and my father is from a small island in the Caribbean called St. Vincent. And he came here for college and ended up staying here. And yeah, and growing up, because my mother's family was all very close to each other, I grew up a lot around them. So I grew up Hindu. I still consider myself Hindu, even though I'm not very strongly practicing, which I think might be an effect of just my mother didn't push it on me. And also the stuff that my mother's family does do is almost first generation American because of how young they were when they came here. So there's a lot of aspects of Hinduism, I think, that are detached from like what people more devout might do. And yeah, and I think being both like a mixed person that isn't part white and being surrounded by a minority that doesn't really get seen in the media very much, that being Indian people. Because I think there's, as much as there are a lot of Indian people in media, I feel like there's not a lot of Indian people that look like me. So yeah, I think that's probably also what made it harder for me to realize that I could be trans, because I didn't see any Indian trans people, and I didn't really see that many mixed trans people. So, and even though my father is Black, I don't identify super strongly with being Black, because I don't feel like I can, in some sense, just because like my father didn't need to consider himself Black until he came to the United States, because in the Caribbean, most people there are Black or mixed somehow. So yeah, there's just like a lot of different factors of my identity that I don't see represented. So it's hard to see myself in things. So I have to be that representation of myself. So I have to kind of have to work through stuff myself. And also I would be remiss if I didn't mention like how white centric a lot of like beauty standards are, and even like ideas of gender in general. So having to navigate that as well is interesting. And I think that's also where my autism came in handy, because it's like I realized at a certain point I don't have to ascribe to any of these things, because like on some level I didn't understand them until late anyway. But now that I have a bit of more understanding of them overall, I realize, oh, I don't have to ascribe to these at all, since I kind of didn't already. Because it's a matter of me making my identity for myself. Sorry, that was kind of long-winded.
No, it's totally fine. I mean, we're all here to listen, so I really appreciate everybody's responses genuinely. Just for the sake of the event, I mean, we have 15 minutes left until we open the floor for questions. So, I mean, keep that in mind as we continue. I think everybody brought up this theme of visibility and awareness and intersectionality within their experiences, within different lands and different cultures. And so I'd like to ask, from your personal perspective, how are non-binary people seen by mainstream American society, but also in other cultures? So American, because, you know, it seems like all of us live here, but by other cultures as well. From your perspective, how are non-binary people seen in the mainstream aspect?
So in my professional experience, non-binary folks are seen as, you know, and these are words that students have used, you know, it's confusing, makes things complicated, seen as an anomaly, you know, and that brings many different feelings within each person. And you know, it's quite, the word that I'm looking for is that it can be very painful for the individuals. And I think that, you know, when there is a lot of pain associated with an identity, there's a big struggle that comes along with it. And that struggle ideally leads to a sense of relief, of coming to an understanding of self. And sometimes, you know, it takes a little longer than usual, because after all, it is a process to discover oneself, and there's always something to detangle or untangle within one's own self. But I think that within the last couple of years, you know, there has been more of an acceptance, more visibility in media, for example, with not only, you know, non-binary identity, but trans identity specifically. And I think with more and more folks and younger generations, you know, talking about it, students are coming out earlier and earlier and younger, because there's finally words to describe their experiences. And with access to technology, being able to, like find whatever it is that you're looking for, even more accessibility that way. So yeah, it's still a challenge for folks to be acknowledged for whom they are, because, thinking outside of the binary is not the typical way in which folks, or even we, are conditioned to be, from the beginning of birth and even before birth in America. And, that goes with other identities, whether it's race or sexual orientation or, other, identities that are important to that particular person. So.
So I think Will kind of touched on a lot of the key portions of the perception, especially in American society, of non-binary and gender non-conforming individuals. A couple of the things I've definitely heard, like on multiple occasions, are that it's confusing or it's unnecessary and complicated, and or that we're like making things up, it doesn't exist. And I do want to emphasize also, though, I've heard the opposite as well on a few occasions from some younger people, where they see it as this like thing that's kind of cool, like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. And so having that, hearing that from younger people especially is really encouraging, I think, as far as, thinking about what the future could bring for people and thinking outside the binary. I also, obviously as a white person, I can't talk too much to other cultures, so I'll leave that to the other members of this panel. But I think Will kind of wrapped up most of what I was going to say, so I'll leave it there.
Oh yeah, so I think, yeah, I kind of touched upon like white-centric beauty standards before, but I feel like that's also relevant here in that, like, I feel like a lot of times media representations of non-binary people are primarily of white people. And usually, typically also not, sorry, and yeah, and in that representation, I think it also loses the nuance of the fact that not all non-binary people are necessarily androgynous, because I think a lot of representations of non-binary people in media are also typically androgynous. Like, non-binary people can look however they want, because gender presentation and gender identity are two very different things. Actually, I believe this was touched upon in the intersectionality panel, with the idea that like trans is life and drag is a performance. Like, yeah, like in a lot of ways, like, I think personally, I don't think there's as much a distinction between like identity and performance, but I know that for many people there is that distinction of like doing gender, performing gender a certain way outwardly, but feeling a certain way internally. I think it's important to make that distinction so that you don't necessarily assume someone's identity just based on their appearance, because their appearance may not be indicative of what their gender identity is. And yeah, and kind of shift back into sorry, to kind of shift back into whiteness, I think because there's such a lack of like non-binary representation of non-white people in media, like people don't know that non-binary people of color can exist. Which I mentioned before, again, is probably why it took me so long to figure that out. And so like, there's definitely times where I felt like it doesn't seem like other people like me exist. Because like, logically, I know they exist out there somewhere, but I don't see them. So it's feeling like I'm back in that loneliness from when I was a kid, from being like isolated from my peers because I like acted weird or affected weird or something. I had weird affect or something like that. And yeah, and so I think that's deeply isolating for a lot of people.
If I may add, so part of Philippine history is that it's known to be 85% Roman Catholic and 15% Muslim. And right now, the laws, are obviously very homosexist and homophobic. And prior to colonization, there were a group of very special individuals who were honored as what we would call shamans or healers. And they were called the Babaylans. And they had very specific individuals whom we could call non-binary or trans now in today's standards. Usually it would be someone who was a MAB assigned male at birth, but identified as, woman. And it also was the reverse, where you were AFAB, assigned female at birth, but identified as a male. But rather than it being seen as something that was horrendous or to be punished for or to be ashamed of, it was actually really celebrated. And there is a resurgence of Indigenous healers and also still Indigenous peoples in the Philippines that still practice, these traditional practices. So it's heartening and encouraging to also know that not all is lost, even if it might be buried underneath a lot of colonialism. And, I think that gives us hope in the future.
Yeah, and I know in India, there are the Hijras who are similar in that sense. And I think actually in a class I took last year, I read an article showing that there are Hijras who are kind of regaining that status in some of their communities, even though there's still like a long way to go, because of course India was colonized by the British for, how long was it? I want to say 150 years or something like that, 100 years. I know it was a very, very long time, which is also something I forget. Like both the places my parents come from were colonized by the British for hundreds of years. And now I live in the child of British colonization, if you will, being the United States. So I'm kind of surrounded by by British colonialism and how that's impacted like society as a whole, especially with regards to gender identity. And I think reclaiming that across the board for all people who have been like colonized by the British is just deeply important.
So I'd love to get into gender presentation versus gender identity if we have time in a bit. But before that, I want to ask you guys to think about your workforce, where you've been employed in the past, organizations, clubs you've been involved in, interactions you've had with people. What's it like being non-binary? People that don't understand your identity, people who haven't had the privilege of being aware, people, again, who just don't understand. What are your interactions with these people like on a daily basis?
Well, I can say for myself that it's been varied, both from experiencing microaggressions, at the first meeting ever, to, you know, wide open arms, to welcoming. Yeah, it can be confusing, especially for folks whom are not used to using they, them pronouns, you know, as a singular pronoun. And, you know, most of the times, you know, like folks are respectful. I never, you know, experienced seeing anyone like myself, you know, in professional roles. And so in many ways, like Sean was saying earlier, you end up being your own role model, for lack of a better word. And I think in many ways that forges, you know, the road ahead for folks that come after. They might be in the process of coming out while they're in the workforce, or, you know, even having things ready and set in place for folks that are coming out before going out and heading into the workforce. So I think, yeah, each individual is different, and each interaction can only be as, not only be, but, you know, ideally would be, you know, good and positive. At least that's the intent anyway.
So I've also had kind of a variety of experiences, you know, I feel like most of us have, from like the really, really good, I guess. I remember my freshman year here at Rutgers, when we did introductions. At the time I was using they, she pronouns. And I mentioned it, I didn't think anything of it. And someone actually came up to me after and asked if I had a preference for one set of pronouns. And I mentioned my identity at the time, and she actually understood what I was talking about. And I was absolutely dumbfounded that I didn't have to explain myself. And I think that's something that a lot of non-binary and gender non-conforming people encounter a lot, is the constant need or the constant expectation from other people to explain yourself. Also, kind of on a slightly different note, I touched on it a little bit earlier, with that separation and that difference between gender presentation and gender identity. That leads to a lot of, I get misgendered a lot. I am short, I have relatively long hair. People tend to just assume that I am female. And then, you know, so that happens. And then also partially because of that, then regardless of what expression I want for myself, I feel like I'm kind of monitoring and modulating my own expression. I'm constantly aware of the pitch and tone of my voice. I'm constantly aware of what I'm wearing and how clothes are laying on my body. And, you know, what my body shape looks like, what my musculature is like. I'm very, very conscious of all of these things, partially because of how I'm perceived by and how I interact with other people who don't understand and who don't get it and who make assumptions. On the other hand, I count myself as extremely, extremely lucky, because I've been able to have interactions with people who understand, and I have a support network of people.
Did Maddie freeze for anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, hopefully we could give it a second to reboot if we want to move on to the next panelist for now, and we could pick up where we left off after she reconnects. Or sorry, after they reconnect.
I'm sorry, I think my computer froze. I don't know when I cut out. If someone could tell me when I cut out, and I apologize for that little stretch of time.
Support network.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. So it wasn't that long, that's good. But yeah, I count myself as very lucky, as someone who has a support network who is, you know, willing to try to understand if they don't, or who do understand, and who have been there for me through the process of learning about myself, and are willing to put up with all of the changing labels and pronouns. And, you know, I think, like Will said, though, it's very variable person to person. And I think I'm gonna end it there.
Yeah, and like speaking of being variable to person, I know for me, I've started to realize that like it's more important for me to know that the people who care about me, like my family members, my friends, understand my identity than it is for like random strangers to. Because like I go out with a full beard most of the time because as part of my identity, actually I realized I didn't like shaving my facial hair. Which like I know as a trans feminine person, I think is rare because I think a lot of I think for a lot of trans feminine people, there is that pressure to like get rid of body hair because women are supposed to be hairless or those kinds of perceptions of womanhood. Um, but yeah, so like I actually don't make too much of an effort. But aside from like presentation things I want to do for my own sake of feeling comfortable in my gender, like I feel like I don't think about how I exist in the world as much. I mean, I do think of how I exist in the world in the sense of like I do feel tall, I guess, and I feel like I take up a lot of space because I'm taller than my family members. So that I do have like I am kind of self-conscious about physically how much space I take up. But like aside from that, my own like perceptions of my own body are more for how do I want to feel as a trans person. So and also speaking, I wanted to touch upon the pronouns thing because like I do use two different sets of pronouns primarily, but I do notice that there are very few people who make the effort to try to learn Zem pronouns, which I can understand to some extent because neopronouns I think are they're definitely not new. People have been coming up with pronouns to describe their gender that aren't she, her, or he, him, or they, them for many, many years, for hundreds of years, in fact. But I feel like there aren't too many because people are there's still so much learning to be done by cis people about trans people. There's still not, and you even have like schisms within communities to appeal to cis people, and that has had a lot of like putting down of people who use neopronouns or putting down of non-binary people. And so I think there still hasn't been much time for cis people to, and even some trans people to learn about different other kinds of pronouns outside of like those, even just those 2 or 3 main ones. If you count they, them as being like a primarily main pronoun. So, but I'm always grateful for when people do take the effort to be like, oh, wait, how do you pronounce those? And make the effort to try to use them pronouns in a sentence when referring to me. But yeah, honestly, that's partly why I use she, her pronouns, is because I know people aren't going to get the them pronouns, and I would like them to use the correct pronouns for me in some capacity. So.
Maddie, do you want to read that out loud before I ask the next question? Is there anything you want to say?
Oh, no, I just wanted to clarify for my part, because I think Sean brought up a really good point, is that it's not always, nor should it always be, for like other people perception of you. And so my kind of hyper awareness of my physicality and my body and my expression is kind of a manifestation for me of not being sure all the time what I'm doing for me and what I'm doing for other people. But yeah.
Oh, actually, but there's one thing I think is very important that I want to say before I forget it. I know within the trans community, there's a lot of talk of passing, which can be very important for people in order to live in society and not have to feel like they're in danger, because there is a lot of danger for trans people. That's very, very evident. And so for some people, passing is their way of reducing the danger by making sure that they pass as the gender they want to be, so that people see them as such, and that can reduce their chance of them facing transphobic violence. And I think, but for some non-binary people, they either don't want to or can't pass because of how they experience their identity. And so I just want to acknowledge that, because like, I know I don't pass and I have no intention to. The way I look is how I want to look. And thankfully I'm very, very lucky actually that has not put me in any direct danger so far, but I acknowledge that that is dangerous for a lot of people to just exist as themselves because of how much transphobia exists in our society and how much transphobic violence is experienced every year by members of the trans community of all genders and presentations.
And something that's been repeated a lot, if not by me, by others, is that awareness is very important. It's important for progression, for safety. I mean, for so many reasons, it's so important to be aware. I'm going to read this question that came into the Q&A. No order, whoever feels comfortable could go first. What is it like to be gender nonconforming in a romantic relationship with someone who identifies as cis or straight, if you have experience with that? Is it easier being non-binary in front of strangers than with partners, family members, and friends? And if you guys want to reread the question, it's in our Q&A chat. Anybody can take it over. I think we're supposed to end now, but I mean, unless we don't get cut off, we have another 5 minutes.
It's okay with everyone. I'm gonna jump in here. I am currently in a relationship with someone who identifies as cis, not straight, but I think it's, and I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier too, it's, there is also the situation where my partner and I are in a straight passing relationship. And, you know, so it's easier for us to be out in public, say, than someone who is in a relationship with someone who is cis, but is in what is more quote unquote, obviously a queer relationship. And so I think definitely there's an importance to recognize a privilege in that. But I would say, especially for me, with what I was talking about earlier, with the blurring of lines between what I'm doing for me and what I'm doing for others, being around most of my family and my friends and my partner, actually, it's easier for me to be non-binary personally. It's less of a mental gymnastics situation for me. I can just kind of exist and know that they know and recognize me for who I am, regardless of how I'm presenting that day. So it's much more relaxed to be around them for the most part, although I do have family members that I'm not out to yet, because I don't know how to approach that conversation and I don't necessarily know how they'll take it. So I think it definitely, obviously, like all of these things is going to shift and it'll be different person to person. But for me, thankfully, the relationship I'm in currently is with a cis person who's very supportive and very understanding of my situation. And, you know, when I have, you know, my good days and my bad days in reference to my gender, he's very much there for me, so.
I can't speak to the first part of the question because, as I said, I've never been in any sort of romantic relationship. But I know with regards to friends, I think as part of feeling kind of pushed out by a lot of mainstream stuff in my entire life, I think I kind of just gravitated to other people that also dealt with other kinds of neurodivergence and were also trans and non-binary. So it's definitely a lot easier for me to be trans with my friends because most of my friends are, actually almost all of my friends are also trans, and most of them are non-binary as well. So we can have discussions about gender in a way that I can't have with like my family members. Like my family members are supportive and all, but like there's no way I have there's no way for me to properly explain all the intricacies of my gender to them without like basically going through an essay's worth of information and going through like however much research I've done on defining gender and explaining gender in ways that aren't steeped in the binary. And so like going to my family and being like, oh yeah, here's my gender, is like giving them a packet of information as well to go along with that, so they can, so that's the background for how I can explain it. So, but like it's still definitely a lot easier for me to be out around family and friends than it is for me to be around strangers, because like I can't explain my gender to strangers. There's there's no real way to. Because I'm non-binary, and it's not immediately apparent what my gender is because I don't pass as any specific gender. And most of the time I think I'm fairly masculine presenting too, so that's usually how I get gendered in public. So oh, where was I going with this? So yeah, there's more comfort in being around my family, because I know my family, there was a rough patch, but I know that in the beginning, but I know that my family accepts me, and I know that my friends accept me. So that acceptance makes it a lot easier for me to just exist as a trans person.
Well, if anybody has any closing statements, we have a minute left. Okay, well, if not, then thank you everybody for sharing. I mean, I learned so much myself. And I feel that if there's one thing, he said he wanted this to be a provocative event, and just being able to learn about your personal experiences and your perspectives, I think is very provocative. It's something that is not allowed in a lot of spaces. And I'm very grateful that I got to moderate this panel and listen to everything you had to say, because I think that it was very impactful. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much to everyone on the non-binary panel for sharing your experiences. And thank you guys so much for your vulnerability in talking about things that for a lot of us are so deeply personal. So really thank you for that. We're going to take like 1 or 2 minutes, get up, stretch, and then we'll go right into our art showcase. We are featuring John Ullum with his movement arts and Cheryl Clark with her poetry, among and you can see a piece by Maddie here. So we'll have some visual arts. So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you in like 2 minutes. All right, hello, hi. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our intergenerational arts showcase. So creativity fuels and inspires change, and we know this. So we're going to represent it in this art showcase with spoken poetry, prose, and visual art. So I would like to begin by showing everyone a children's book that has been written by some of our very own Rutgers undergrads. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. All right. So it's like church, right? This is the part where I go, can you see my screen? And then everyone goes,
yes.
All right, awesome. So let's take this. Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is a book by Nathila Arankumar, Kritika Singh, Olawudamilola Amani, and Richard Yang. But since none of them were able to make it, I will just read it on their behalf. So 1 moment, please. So meet EJ and her family. Hi, I'm EJ. I'm 9 years old. Today is EJ's first day of 4th grade. EJ, hurry up or you'll miss the bus. I'm coming, Mom. I'm so excited. I made a new best friend. He's a boy named Jeff. Hi, I'm Jeff. EJ and her classmates are learning math today. She is excelling in this lesson. Haha, Jeff, I got the pirate ship for us to play with. Yuck, EJ, are you a boy? You're playing with a boy's toy. EJ, wouldn't you like to play with the doll or unicorn instead of the pirate ship? It's much more ladylike. EJ was confused. She did not understand why she could not play with the pirate ship. Here's some new and better toys, EJ. You'll have a lot more fun. But I want to play with the pirate ship and Jeff. Why do I have to play with dolls while Jeff and the boys get to play with pirate ships and robots and Legos? EJ was frustrated with the way her school day went. EJ, how was your first day? Hey, sweetie, Mom and I are going out tonight. Emma will watch over you. EJ helps both of her parents get ready. Oh my gosh, what should I wear? There's so many choices. Maybe I should wear a designer dress. Maybe I should paint my nails pink. EJ, check out this podcast. It's about the engineering behind the latest supercars. EJ watched as her parents left and was still upset about school. You look beautiful, honey. Let me get the door for you. EJ, what's wrong? Nothing, Emma. I just had a really bad day at school. My teacher was being very mean to me today, and she told me that I needed to be more of a girl, but I already am a girl. Huh, EJ, that's a rough situation. I don't think your teacher's being fair. She's making you act according to the stereotypes based on your gender. What's a stereotype and what's my gender? A stereotype is a harmful belief about a person based on a group they belong to. For example, your teacher assumed that you would rather play with dolls because of her idea of what your gender is. Gender is more difficult to explain, but it refers to characteristics made by society that defines what it means to be a boy or girl or man or woman or anything else. My gender is non-binary, which means I do not identify as male or female. I exist outside of those two categories. Your gender, EJ, is however you identify yourself as. It is important that you create your own identity, EJ, and you make your own decisions. Often people carry stereotypes with them, which prevents other people from really being their own self. Thank you, Emma. I feel better and also understand more now. The next day at school, EJ noticed that the teacher handed out toys today and gave the girls dolls and the boys cars. Mrs. Green, I don't think it's fair how you keep doing this. You keep making the girls play with toys that are girly without letting them explore. EJ, I only do this because this is how I grew up and how I was taught in school. I do agree that it can be harmful though, so from now on, everyone can pick what they want to play with. Thank you, Mrs. Green. The next day at school, EJ noticed something different. The end. So we talk a lot about how we want to see more representation and how we need to help people, like the younger people, to understand things. And this book is such a great example of that because it's a children's book about teaching them about gender. So I thought it was a really brilliant example of the kinds of things that we should be encouraging. All right. So that takes us to our poetry reading with Dr. Cheryl Clark. So I will spotlight her.
Good afternoon again, everybody. How are you? Do I just start up now, Catherine?
Take it away, Dr. Clark.
First poem is called History. History. When an incident occurs like the Mike Brown police murder, Black people see history, slavery, the betrayal of Reconstruction, Jim Crow, Plessy, lynch law, segregation, Mississippi, goddamn. Cops see only the one event, says a venerable historian. Cops see history too, the history of their racist rationalization. Both act accordingly. Cops bring down the brutal force of the state upon the Black person, man or woman. Black people see history. On their way to life. Let me stop right here. I'm going to mention 3 names. Sandra Bland, young Black woman who was found hanged in her jail cell after being arrested by a white cop for a minor traffic violation. Mamie Till was the mother of Emmett Till, who tried to get the country to see what had happened to her son in 1955. Was murdered in Mississippi. That's why we say Mississippi, goddamn. At Botham Shem Jean was a young Black man who was murdered by a white cop in his own apartment, a female cop. She broke into his apartment thinking it was hers and shot him, thinking he was an intruder. Then she, of course, realized she wasn't in her apartment. This poem is titled On Their Way to Life. Sandra Bland, a fly Black girl, brown skin and open brown face, anything but bland, even in that mug shot and orange jumpsuit on your way to life by way of Prairie View, Texas. Now joining the long list of infamous sites where unarmed Black death thrives in cop custody. If you're changing lanes and smoking a cigarette at the same time. But check it out. A fly Black girl smoking a cigarette, brown skin, open brown face, even when pissed. After telling you to dump your smoke, brags, I'll light you up. He drags you from your car, like lynching, except you were in custody, though not convinced of its lawfulness. You're gonna arrest me for changing a lane. 2, leaving Chicago. Mamie Till knew quite a bit about lynching. After crowbarring open that coffin, saw the telltale ring, and, as she claimed, felt over every inch of what was left of little man's body, dredged up from Mississippi. Black people get lynched over cigars, cigarettes, cigarillos, whistling, loud music, loud talk, back talk, praying, running, defective tail lights, toy guns, hoodies, and their own damn wallets. Don't be Black coming from Chicago and traveling south. You may not stand the storm if you're a sassy Black teenager whistling or a fly Black girl smoking and unused to taking low to nonsense, even fatal nonsense. Better to stay with the extreme temperatures of your Midwest metropole than to cross the median in a Texas prairie town or a Mississippi Delta. 3, Botham Shim Jean from St. Lucia. Always good in math, on your way to life in Dallas, Texas, Botham Shim Jean, minding your own business in your own apartment after your day's accounting work is done, when a white girl punk, gun-happy, off-duty cop thinks you are in hers, bursts in on you watching TV in your own apartment and shoots you in the torso. Were you standing, sitting, or slid to the floor before she realizes she's not in her apartment and you aren't in her apartment either? Targets. North Miami, or any part of Miami for that matter. Remember Liberty City in 1980, Arthur McDuffie? PD snipers finishing target practicing on mugshots, some as old as 15 years, of Black male subjects, when an unsuspecting, upstanding clarinetist, sergeant of the Florida Army National Guard band enters with her fellow guardspersons for weapons qualification training and sees, amidst hulking white bodies bulked up with tats, short sleeve tees, tight Levi's, cowboy boots, baseball, football, trucker caps, and what do you know, hoodies. Her brother's image amongst other targets scored with bullets. Complains poignantly of hits to his head and eye. Declares that's not his life now. He's a father, he's a husband, he's a career man. He works a 9 to 5. This one is entitled Before. We most certainly have been to this place before, and without our phone cameras. Remember the nightly television film of police violence against movement activists, the pushing down and pushing down again onto the ground, the billy clubs, canine teeth tearing the pants leg, smacking the face so hard it's crooked. The rifle butts jabbed into the backs, the hoses like the Red Sea, and just the plain torture of an isolated jail cell. For what is ours anyway? Was it really worth all that? for what is ours anyway. And we understood cops were just protectors of the slave oligarchy, not really the main juggernaut, a symptom of a larger obstacle that we would get corrected with the rest of the shit dealings we'd endured. Last poem. We are everywhere. We are everywhere, and white people still do not see us. They force us from sidewalks, mistake us for men, expect us to give up our seats to them on the bus, challenge us with their faces, are afraid of us in groups, thus the brutal one-on-one. Like a TV news script, every transaction frustrates rage. Hand in hand with me, you admonish not to let them come between us, not to let them come between us on the street. We are struck by war-crazy men, recording their gunfire on stereo cassette decks. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Catherine, you're still muted.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Clark, for your reading. It was really moving. And for anybody interested in Dr. Clark's work, you can read more about her at cherylclarkpoet.com. That's her website. Really incredible. Thank you, Dr. Clark. I've shared the text of The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus in the chat. I will share my screen because our next piece of art centers on this poem. If Jordan is here and wants to talk about it.
Yeah, Catherine, thank you so very much for putting the poem into the chat. I really appreciate that. Hi, everybody. My name is Jordan Robinson, he, they, and I am a curator, designer, and illustrator. And recently, for the past 3 years, I've been working on different projects that advocate for different communities, one of them being the Transparency Project. And this particular piece is actually from a series called Mixed Liberty. What caused it, and I have a PowerPoint too, if I could share my screen. Is that doable by chance?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Here we go. And so, let me see if I can pull up. There we go. So what started and what influenced this series was it was from a variety of issues, from the deaths of Philando Castile and Keith Lamont Scott. I was actually in Charlotte when Scott was murdered, and there was also tensions in my own personal relationships with friends and also just in my social environments regarding the escalating sort of speculation of the 45th presidency between Trump and Clinton. And during this time, I was in a bit of a insecure and sort of traumatized state after Lamont's murder. And speaking to a friend of mine, she had made this remark that I presume was endearing in terms of saying, "You're an American like me." And as nice as the words were, it still could not fully sit in my mind, considering our political stances and also her actions, her political actions, as well as our ethnic identities. And but made me start questioning the questions that I have below about, like, if I really am American like you, then where's the evidence? Like, does it show that we are alike? And it also made me start thinking, because I've heard this over and over again about America being this sort of melting pot and this sort of collaboration of all these different cultures and backgrounds. And it's really nice on paper. And so again, imagery, where is the imagery of that? And what does it look like to have America in its inclusive image and presentation? And so that sparked up, and a few other projects that were happening. Again, I am working on an advocacy project to support non-cisgender communities. And around this time, there was a lot of energy being brought around the 45th president's executive order to ban transgender soldiers. And I was in the midst of getting this exhibition ready to raise awareness about representation and how that affects the realities of a community, because the way people are represented affects the behaviors of what people do and say, and the consequences of that, i.e. the policies that are made into existence, affects the reality of those folks. And I think that was alluded to in the children's book that you shared, Catherine. And again, I appreciate you sharing that. So all this was happening, and I was contemplating, my role as a person, my role as a creative, my role as an activist, whether it's on an identity or on issues that affect me, or being an ally to a community in which something affects them. And so after the first iteration of the exhibition, I started making this imagery of Makes Liberty. And so, what is it? And like I said, it's part of a larger series I have no name for yet, but it's this ongoing work, and this will be my continued practice as an artist on exploring, developing, creating, and birthing images, like Americana images that includes all of the identities of people who live on this land. And so this is just one of the series in this larger body of work called Makes Liberty, where I'm taking American icons, whether historical or popular icons, and reimagining them to reflect more identities of underrepresented communities. The first iteration of this was to reflect and support trans women and femme, and also for Black women. And I did after finding the poem that was, to my understanding, that's inscribed on the base of the Statue of Liberty, I went and looked into the poet that wrote it, which was Emma Lazarus. So I wanted to make a tribute of her as well. And then last year, for the month of March, I did a series in acknowledgement to Women's Month and making artworks related to the women's suffrage movement. So the process, again, looking at popular icons, creating sketches, and trying to simplify it and seeing what worked, what made sense. And then from there, digitizing them and seeing what can be overlaid and seeing what images of representations, whether it's skin color, hair texture, or hair tone, and even specific flags can fit on the clothing. And so this was the simplified image that came up. Ran some mock-ups and even printed some out just to see what it is like and what it could look like and what was the look and feel of it. And then I continued to make these prints and was thinking about, well, to lean in on the idea of diversity, because no single identity is a monolith. Why not each piece that I make for a client or whoever orders them, I'll hand mark designs, images, and special marks on them, so that way it stands out from each print and iteration. So to the left here is another piece called Liberty is a Black Woman. And so adorning her with these pearls and jewelries and a crown, and giving her these sort of bright tattoos on her leg. And so that was gifted to a friend of mine, a fellow artist. And that's part of what I'm doing now as a series of each piece having its own unique character. And as far as my work and what I'm doing, for anyone who wants to get in touch, like I said, I'm Jordan T. Robinson. I'm a curator, illustrator, and designer. I'm passionate about supporting the community through art, tech and design. You can always follow me at the link below, which I'll also put in the chat. And then my body of work, I try to, that I independently do, I produce under a brand called JTR Presents, which is a design firm and contemporary art museum focused on supporting community and doing social good. And that is their link that I'll also put into the chat. And thank you for your time. I wanted to keep it short. I didn't know how much time I had. And I'd be happy to take any questions whenever appropriate.
All right, if anyone has any questions, now would be a great time. All right. And pardon me, please just, oh, I need one more. All right, before I start sharing my screen, I am just going to drop a link in the chat. Yeah, and this is so that you can zoom in on this next piece of artwork, just in case you, because I realize that PowerPoint might not be the best way to display this, but up next we have Miss September Rain talking about their art, which is titled Fortifying Medicine.
Hi, everyone. I decided I was going to speak at the last minute, so I wanted to say hello. I got invited to share some of my work, and I was really excited about the opportunity, and it took me a while to reflect on what I wanted to share in respect to the theme and everything like that. So a bit of history in this piece. This was like the only piece that I could bring myself to create in 2020, right when the pandemic went global and all of that stuff. Around that time, I also felt the need to retreat and escape and go to Mexico and safer spaces so I could recover. I'm a healer and an artist in my practice, and over the years I've been figuring out how to intersect them, and this was me starting to visualize these things. So one of the layers of my practice and what I do is combining some of my energy work into my art by creating personalized symbols and sigils, if you're a little magical and understand what that means. And so this one, you can kind of see a little bit on the left of the screen of the piece. You can see the sigil that I generated to make this piece after that. And it's all very intuitive. It's all very meditative and spiritual, like a prayer, and things come out, whether they skew abstract or realistic, is piece for piece and sigil for sigil, whatever I see it as. So this one was me in an effort to work on my self-care, being assigned female at birth and conditioned in the Black community to be a caretaker and all of these things, and taking care and being responsible for everyone and everything else except myself is kind of the default that a lot of folks in one of my communities has. I have deep roots in my Black culture, but I still honor my blood and my ancestors by identifying with my Indigenous roots. And that's kind of how my non-binary intersects with my TwoSpirit identity, and how that has progressed over my life has been unpacking a lot of the stuff that I feel like is imposed. So this message is really, the theme of this piece is really a reminder to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, taking your own medicine, doing what you need to do to heal and recover, and then be able to work, give, exist from a space of abundance rather than an empty cup, so to speak. I was really moved by all of this panel earlier and hearing some of the questions and things like that. And when I think of how female and male, which are assigned genders, versus femininity and masculine, often get associated with each other, but these two things actually have nothing to do with one another. Femininity and masculinity are divine sacred rights that we all have, and however that combines and manifests within us is our choice and our right, and we shouldn't cut ourselves off of either of them, especially because of what we're thinking needs to fit into a certain gender role, which has nothing to do with just like natural femininity and masculinity. So during this time, I really was doing a lot of just recovering of self and unpacking a lot of what it felt to be feminine and what I lean into and feel like I'm healing with versus what was imposed upon me. It really messed up the processing for me when I was younger, being like hyper femininity being pressed upon me and me thinking like in all of these ways I couldn't be woman enough, but at the same time never really wanted to be. Like, I already am who I am. I don't need to prove that to anyone. So my gender expression and everything has been kind of like built from the essence of my spirit of needing to rebel against my surroundings and what was the norm, and just daring to be an individual regardless of what comes about. So thanks for a bit of history. This is a work in progress that I have going on this year, and the past 6 months I've been feeling so much more inspired. So pieces like this and totally original works I've had like waiting to be born in design books, and I finally got permission from my space to utilize the walls the way that I want. So I'm turning it into a working gallery, turning my terrace into a rooftop garden. I have been on hiatus from social media since last year, but just starting to get engagement and presence again. So if there's any way that y'all want to follow me and keep tabs on things as they come about this year, there's a lot of exciting things I've got going on with my art projects and how they're intersecting with technology and design and figuring out how to make the gallery, once it's ready to start showing some of the pieces, as immersive as possible and have a whole online engagement for folks who can't be like in person. Thanks everyone. I guess I'll put my my Instagram handle in the chat if anybody wants to follow me. And I'll definitely be giving everybody updates for that from there.
All right, thank you so much, September. This is really wonderful piece, and thank you for sharing. Our next piece is a portrait of Babs Sipperstein by Stella Hamamdzic. They are not here today, but Babs Sipperstein was an advocate for the trans community, and she is honored in the name of the Babs Sipperstein Health and Humanities Seminar, which some people who are here today might actually attend regularly, but it's a series of lectures aimed to increase awareness of humanitarian issues in the medical field. So this portrait was made to honor Babs, and we're just really grateful that the artist submitted. This next one, I actually would like to drop a link to it in the chat so that people can follow along. I'll put it up a little bit later, but this was actually published in Paper Magazine about last week. And it's called "Do You Still Hate This About Me?" by Sanika Pwade, about her relationship with her mother and coming out to her mother. So I won't read this out loud, but I will link it in the chat for people who are interested in reading the whole text of the comic. And then this last piece is by, you might have seen Maddie on the non-binary panel. This piece is called "Shatter" by Maddie Engelman, and it represents an eye looking into a mirror, and the mirror shatters. So that concludes our visual arts, and I'm actually going to turn it over to Mr. John Olam for his movement arts. His personal I'll put these links in the chat too, but he has a personal website and a nonprofit website.
Hello. Okay, hello everybody. My name is John Olam. I am the artistic director of Olam Art. We're based out of New York City, but we've been in existence since 2003. I'm going to show you, I'm going to screen save my piece called "Prisoner My Projection." Let me bring it up here. Hold on a second. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm bringing it up now. Let's see. It's trying again. Oops.
John, I'm not sure if you're aware, John, but we see you and not your art.
Okay, thank you. I'm fixing it right now.
Oh, okay, pardon me.
Thank you. Okay, did you see it? So I'm back. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me, right? That piece was created for the Olive Art Gala at Smith College in Northampton, Massachusetts. And a lot of my work has been based on Jungian depth psychology, and that piece was called Prisoner by Projection. And it's about how everything is a projection and how we project onto others. And I thought that was the best way that I could explore for this particular panel, how we're not only judged externally, but in the end, when everything is stripped down and the projections, that's the true work. So a lot of the work that I do with my clients is based on my methodology called internal landscapes, where we go internal and there's free writing, free movement, bringing up what other colors, archetypes, whether there's lux, shame, and then we explore that in movement. And now my work has really gone into movement healing, more getting away from dance and productions. A lot of people have suffered body fascism from technical classes in dance, saying their body has to be a certain way, saying they have to be a certain gender. And a lot of times internal landscapes can really get to the roots of authentic expression. And my first book, Internal Landscapes, kind of explored my own development from being a dancer to a choreographer to a movement artist, and now more of like a movement healer. So my new book now, coming out of the pandemic, is called Rocks in the River. And it's helping people navigate change and processing all the things we have been during the pandemic. I've been meeting with people on Zoom, doing one-on-ones, also outside in Inwood Park at the top of Manhattan, but also the way we process personally. I found it to be most exciting. I was just doing research with a psychiatrist who was telling me that this work has helped a lot because of trauma. When people have blocks of trauma, it's much more effective to go into it in a nonverbal way, kinesthetic way, an image-based way, versus having to have a narrative. So that's really what my interest is now. So I'd love to take questions, comments on what you saw, versus just talking at people if I can.
John, this is Kyle Dendo. We're communicating via email earlier.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about when you said you transitioned little by little from a dancer to eventually to become a movement therapist now. And I was wondering if you could, in your journey, either in the past or in the future, it does include things like movements of people with physical disabilities.
Yes. Yes, I'm so glad you brought that up. Robert Palin just wrote me last night. I did a workshop down in Florida, and he said, please discuss at this colloquium disabilities, depression. So I'm not only dealing with the emotional. I did a piece with Paula Mason, who I miss dearly, dearly, dearly. I love her very much, and she just passed away. She was in a wheelchair. I've worked with Robert Palin extensively, and we were just talking last night about internal landscapes can be physical movement, but could also be you're laying on the floor and you're processing your internal images, seeing the psychic movement. And he was really moved by that, because the movement doesn't necessarily have to be running around dancing. It doesn't have to be a whole production. And even when I'm working with professional dancers or performance artists or actors who come to work with me, they may have a huge body of work of being technically trained, and they may want to get more authentically into their body. And saying we're not going to put it into a piece is very freeing, because you're listening to the currents in your body, you're listening to where there's blocks. I've worked with, in my new book, I've been writing a whole chapter about ranges of autism and Asperger's, the people that I've worked with. It's been extremely effective for them, because they were talking about being able to move in a way that was true to them without giving them the anxiety of social pressure of working with other people. It's been very effective. But there's 5 situations I think of with that. I've worked with somebody who's colorblind. I've worked with disabilities. The big thing that I've found most rewarding is a lot of people that have come to work with me, it's been about sexual trauma. And this psychiatrist was saying that the part of your brain where you have trauma, it tends to come up in memories or images. You don't have a narrative about it. So when you have an image or a color or a movement, being able to kinesthetically embody that, release it, and make new choices has been very powerful, in the sense that it doesn't have to be a narrative. It doesn't have to be a story. We don't have to translate it into a narrative. We don't have to translate it into an identity. It can just be simply a movement. I did a whole series of research called Spirit of Color, which was about going through red, orange, yellow. It was based on the chakras. And I did months and months of research with them, and I took no music away. And it was about accessing different parts of our body without music, just focusing on color. So it's been a wonderful way of getting into the psyche, the most authentic expression of people, without having to verbalize it, without having to name it or analyze it. And it's been really beautiful, because I've seen a lot of people shift in ways that they've let go of blocks. Or with myself, it's been a long journey myself. It's worked extensively with myself, with my own personal development. And I'm excited to share it with others.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, and for sharing your art with us. I just want to throw it back to Miss Sonica real quick, because I accidentally skipped them earlier, but we'll go back to the PowerPoint and they will talk about it briefly.
Hi, thank you for giving me time. I really appreciate it. So this is a comic that I made for the magazine Paper Planes, and it was inspired by the prompt that they gave me, which was, so I'm from India, and this magazine is also based in India, and they we're trying to create a series about how to have difficult conversations with your parents, but the topic was up to me. And but they had kind of given options between, like, you can talk about the economical status differences between different communities that are especially evident in India right now, or caste, or gender. And I wanted to talk about gender, and I wanted to talk about coming out, but the stories that I had with my family and my parents were not were pretty grim, and I didn't want to talk about, I really didn't want to tell those stories. So I used this comic as an excuse to have a new conversation with my mom. And this is the conversation that I had. And I don't know if I have enough time to read it. Let me know if I do. But if I don't,
Go ahead. Yeah.
oh, I can. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. So ever since I came out to my parents, it's been hard to talk to them about being queer. The last confrontation Maya and I had was in 2018. It had gone so badly that we never brought it up again. I was hoping this comic would be an opportunity to clear the air with less explosive consequences. Hi, Ma, are you free to have a conversation with me? It's for a comic. And then she says, are you getting paid? I hadn't told her what we were going to talk about, but she knows me. She held her face like she expected me to bring up something deeply uncomfortable, and she was determined to be brave and helpful about it. Do you remember the first time I told you I was queer? It was sometime in 2016 after you went to New York. I didn't believe it. I thought you were just thinking that because you were in art school. I postponed the call twice. Then when I finally rang her, I felt like I was going to pass out. I usually prepare a long list of questions before interviewing people, but this time I had only one. Do you still hate this about me? I had no idea how to lead up to it. And then there's the next. Thank you. She was honest and blunt, as always. I was stalling, asking broad questions about her opinions, as if I was merely satisfying my curiosity about a hypothesis. Don't you think that identity and sexuality play a role in figuring out who you are and what you want from life? She was taking a moment to think before framing each sentence. I was trying not to take anything personally. I think it is easier for me to talk. I think it is easier to talk about this now because you are dating a boy. I used to worry when you were spending all your time with your best friend. The conversation was uncomfortable. We did not agree on most things. And then this is her saying, I think it is unnecessary and harmful for people to be so public about their gender preferences. They won't be able to hold down a good job if they do that, because people will talk about them all the time and people will talk about their families. Besides, Sanika, don't you think homosexuality is unnatural? Still, I could tell that she was just as determined as me to start fixing this thing between us. And that meant the world to me. 30 minutes in, when neither of us had started screaming or crying, it finally felt safe to talk about what we should have done differently. When I came out, I was very young. I didn't know how to talk about it. I didn't realize that you were going to need time with it. I was just so excited about realizing that I'm queer, and I wanted to tell everyone. I thought you would say, that's okay. It doesn't matter because we love you, like they do in movies. I didn't want to give you time to process it. I thought you were just saying that to be rebellious. And I thought you had lost faith in relationships in general because you used to see your father and me always fighting. We were going through a rough patch around then, and I thought you wanted to be gay because of that. Then she told me something she had never mentioned before. Some people who I know have isolated themselves from everyone they know because they have a queer child, and they're afraid that they will be asked about their child and judged. So they don't really socialize anymore. I want to tell them that I miss them and that I don't care, but I don't want to make them uncomfortable or embarrass them. When you came out to us, I think I was scared that we were going to end up like them. I wanted to reach through the screen and hug her. And for a context, things in India, it's still very, very new. It just became decriminalized to be queer like 3 years ago. So it's super new and there's no other laws protecting queer people. So that's the context of this conversation. But yeah, that was my piece. And I make a lot of autobiographical comics, and I post them on my Instagram, on my website. But thank you for letting me show it here, and thank you for letting me read it.
Thank you so much for sharing. This is really great. And congratulations so much on having it published last week. I know it's a big deal. So I will stop sharing, and we're actually running a teensy bit late, so we'll have to go right into our bisexuality panel. So just to introduce our bisexuality panel, you want to take it away, Sean?
Sure. Yeah, so as Catherine already said, next is our bisexuality panel. Catherine will actually be on that panel. This panel is going to focus on members of the bisexual and pansexual communities, discussing their identities, how being bi or pan affects their lives, and what kind of future community can look, what kind of future forms of community can look like with bi and pan people involved and for bi and pan people.
All right, welcome everyone. Just wanted to say thanks so much for hosting the first several sessions of the day. I really have been enjoying our virtual experience together. I will be moderating this panel about bi and pan identities. I'm really excited to be in community with y'all. It was really nice to reconnect and or meet you when we had our huddle prior to this panel. So I'll introduce myself and then I'll invite y'all to introduce yourselves. My name is Lindsay Jeffers. I use she and her pronouns, and I am currently the Assistant Director of Programming at the Center for Social Justice Education in LGBT Communities, which is one of our 4 campus cultural centers at Rutgers, New Brunswick. I think I said she and her pronouns for me, and I will pass it on to Shiloh to go next.
Hi everyone, my name is Shiloh. I am an undergraduate student at Rutgers. I study labor and employment relations, agriculture and food systems, and sustainability. I identify as bisexual and non-binary, and I use they, them pronouns. And I'm co-president of Rutgers Ultraviolet, which is an organization for queer women and other genders at Rutgers. And I love being in spaces with other queer people and talking about queer things. So I'm very excited to be here and to share this space with all of you.
Thank you, Shiloh. Melanie, would you like to go next?
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Melanie Maimon. I use she, her pronouns. I am a doctoral candidate in the social psychology program here at Rutgers University. I do a lot of research that focuses on the experiences and consequences of prejudice and discrimination and ways to foster inclusivity and equity in various social environments. Some of my more relevant work includes some work looking at the links between discrimination toward bisexual identified individuals, concerns about belonging, and mental health outcomes.
Thanks, Melanie. Paul, would you like to take it away next? And Catherine, wind us out with the introductions.
Sure. So Paul Macera, and I am a technical support specialist during the day and in my part-time, what part-time we get. I help to organize with the Reclaim Pride Coalition, putting on an alternative march on the last Sunday of June in New York City to counter the parade, the corporate, the over-policed, and the over-politicianed parade that usually happens and has grown out of that thing. For about 10, 11, 12 years, I was a coordinator for a bi-peer discussion group in New York City that met at the center and grew it from a group of friends of about 12 to 30, 40 people coming on every other week. So yeah, we had some success there in bringing community and making that happen.
And hi, I'm Catherine Little. I'm an undergraduate student. I study history, and I'm staying one more year to do my master's degree in K-12 social studies education. So when I grow up, I would like to be a history teacher, and I'm really passionate about educational equity and creating an environment in our school system where all students can be safe and valued.
Thanks so much. I love the range of perspectives that people are coming to this conversation with. It was really exciting to preview some of that when we last met. I think part of how I would like to frame this conversation also is just like with a very simple, sort of one of the very simplest kinds of definitions of what bisexuality, pansexuality might mean, which is being attracted to, loving people of more than one gender identity. That might be the shortest, simplest kind of way, but I just wanted to give that as kind of a starting frame for us, because my first question for the panelists, and I will send this over to you first, Catherine, because you went last with the first question. But what are the words that you would use to describe your own sexual identity in terms of bi, pan, queer, or others? And how did you come to discover, understand that aspect of your identity?
Yeah, I identify with the label of bisexual. And also queer, and some people try to tell me, well, first of all, nobody likes being told what they should identify as, but because I like people of all genders and can experience attraction to people of all genders, some people try to tell me that I should call myself pansexual, but I identify with bisexual because I'm comfortable with the history of the term and how it's been used since it came into existence to mean attraction to lots of different genders and can mean lots of different things. And so that's why I call myself bisexual and queer and not anything else. Was there like a part B to that?
Maybe we can, it might be too many questions actually to ask at one time. Let's just hone in first on, what words do you use to describe yourself? I can pass it on to Paul next.
Sure, thanks. I do identify as bisexual, obviously, if I ran the group. But over the time that I was doing the peer discussion group, it became clear that lots of other terms applied. Certainly pansexual does apply to me in the ways that it tries to open up the spectrum for, gender affirming in a way and gender openness. I would also call myself fluid. As part of the Queer Liberation March, we're trying to reclaim that term and reclaim the march and reclaim the prides. So queer fits there. I suppose I also identify as a sex positive and body positive person, and that can sometimes be sort of encapsulated in the term kinky. That's for me.
Thank you. Shiloh and then Melanie.
I identify as bisexual, although pansexual and queer might also apply. Bisexual was the first label that I aligned myself with, and it has never felt wrong to me, if that makes sense. And so even because when I came out as bisexual, I was also still identifying as a cisgender woman. And my connection to that word has changed as my gender identity has changed, just because how other people view me and how I view myself has changed quite a bit. But that term has always just felt right to me. And so that's the one I use.
So I, similarly to Catherine, I identify as sort of queer / bisexual. I think queer, which most people define as more of an umbrella term for just not being straight, not being attracted to only someone of a different gender from yourself. I think that queer feels like a term that makes the most sense to me based on my own identity and my own experiences. But I also think that bisexual works as well. And my research has sort of motivated me to readopt bisexual as a term in some ways because of my understanding of how bisexuality is really an invisible identity. Even among LGBTQ plus people, bisexuality is often regarded as one of the least visible identities within that community. And I think that owning the term and self-identifying as bisexual is one way that I'm giving back visibility to the community. So that's something that's been personally important to me.
Yeah, thank you. Something that I've heard as like a thread from some responses is this kind of interplay between labels and, you know, which ones are mine and which ones feel right for me, which ones might be inclusive or feel inclusive, or maybe have perhaps like a political meaning that's layered in. So I just want to kind of name and acknowledge that. For myself, I would use bisexual, pansexual, and queer are all labels that fit for me and that I have used for myself. For our audience, I do want to also share that I think that there have been, you know, maybe some things along the way where, you know, bisexuality may have been seen as not a favorable term for being understood as perhaps suggesting that there are only two genders. Bisexual is a much older term than pansexual is. Pansexual has only come about in more recent decades, whereas bisexual is quite a bit older, I think. If I have my history right. So I think part of what you were saying, Melanie, was also kind of highlighting the idea that naming and holding a bisexual identity is not necessarily negating the idea that there are multiple genders that exist. And one way of conceptualizing it might be rather than bi referring to there are only two genders, instead kind of referring to, you know, genders the same as me and different than me, or, you know, same and other and different, you know, those types of things. So that's some other ways that people have kind of, I guess, thought about reclaiming the idea that bisexual identity can be inclusive and is inclusive. And there are lots of trans and non-binary folks who also identify as bisexual. Hey, Shiloh.
I just wanted to add on to that, the definition of bisexual that I most feel comfortable with is, and this was kind of brought up in the art section, which I loved, was like the idea of like masculinity and femininity and being attracted to both of those things. And that's something, because I love like the idea of energy and like spirituality. And so that particular essence I've always really loved.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that as well. I think I just wanted to kind of share that a little bit because in some of my, you know, my travels, so to speak, I've maybe heard that like bisexual by definition is kind of exclusive or transphobic. And I want to kind of myth bust that a little bit. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, so I totally agree. And I would add on that there's generational understandings of these terms as too, and that generational understanding sometimes puts members of our community at odds with each other. A lot of older folks don't really want to use the queer term because it was used against them and to demean them. At the same time, there is this evolving understanding of bi. Melanie, you had mentioned queer as being an umbrella term, and at some point in in the back years, in the 80s and in the 70s, bi was considered the umbrella term, and queer was part of that. So over time, these terms have their own fluidity and their own meaning changes as people sort of examine them and pull them apart and put them back together again. And we should be using them for our benefit, for sure.
Yeah, that was really well said, Paul. Thank you for just continuing to highlight the fluidity of our language, and that, you know, the terms that we may be using today that feel really right, you know, 10 years from now might be different, right? And so we're trying to operate in the ways that feel right for us, in our minds and in our bodies and in our spirits, and that we have to also be equally willing and able to shift with the times in our terminology. So from here, thanks for diving into that little definitional space with me. But the next question that I'd like to pose is, how did you come to understand your identity as a bi, pan, queer person? And I will pass it to Melanie first.
That is a very tough question for me personally. So in my own experiences, I have been in a long-term relationship now with a masculine presenting person for over 6 years now. And I sort of started coming to terms with my identity prior to entering that relationship, but I still had a lot more identity exploration that I've done even while existing within the confines of a monogamous committed relationship. And so for me, I have been doing research on bisexuality since my first year of grad school. And I really think that digging into academic literature in some ways actually helped me a lot in hearing from other bisexual people, their experiences with feeling like they don't have a claim to their identity in some way because of their own relationship history. That was something I identified with really strongly. And so I think I grew to better accept my own queerness and bisexuality by thinking a lot about the experiences other people have had and trying to better understand why there is a lot of discrimination, unfortunately, toward bisexual folks, and how our identities have been stigmatized even within the broader LGBTQ plus community over the years. And so in some ways, like, my academic research has helped me a lot with coming to terms with my own identity.
Thank you, Melanie. I think one element of your response that I just want to underscore for our participants is that someone's, you know, dating or relationship history doesn't necessarily need to reflect any given pattern for that person's bisexuality or pansexuality or queerness to be real and valid. So thank you for drawing that out for us. I'll invite anyone who'd like to go next to share a little bit more about how you came to understand your personal identities.
Well, for me, like, I kind of always knew, and some people go on a journey to like find this about themselves, but I always knew, because to me, it never made internal sense to make all of my choices about romantic partners like based on what's in their pants. Like, that was not something that ever really like made sense to me, like even intellectually, even though I'm like aware of the way that the world goes. But when it comes to like coming to terms with my identity and feeling validated in my identity, coming to college was really transformative for me, because in my small town, I'm from the suburbs, like I was one of the only out bisexual women that I knew, and I wasn't even like that out or had even heard of. Like, I dated a girl in high school from 2 counties over. Like, so coming to college and meeting other queer people and coming into a queer community really validated my identity for me. And then the advocacy work that I took on, you know, gradually and then culminating in today's event has also been like very amazingly validating for me, because it has like allowed me to have a space to fully be myself and be appreciated for that. and for that to be a valuable part of my identity. So thank you guys for that.
Yeah, there's such a value in affirming space, and I think that that's one of the crucial goals of what we're trying to do here with this colloquium, and just kind of carving out this space for ourselves and for folks who might have similar identities or lived experiences. Would anyone else like to respond to that question around how you came to understand your identity?
You can go first, Paul.
Thank you. When I'm thinking about this question, I'm thinking about really my life journey in a way. Acknowledging, not knowing that I'm bisexual initially, but only knowing that I had attractions, and I had attractions for, one person of female gender in 5th grade, and lots of attractions to all these boys, and on the soccer team in college, and it's like in high school for all that. And so those attractions were the things that I was trying to reconcile. So at a certain point, I did come out once as a gay person to my sister, older sister by 1 year, and she was so affirming. But in that process of coming out to her, the weight of having attraction that wasn't quite right, coming from a fairly conservative, well, conservative in some ways, but liberal in others, Catholic family, is like, no, you can't have attractions to boys. That shouldn't be a thing. But once that weight was lifted after coming out to my sister, I felt a little bit more comfortable. I met this woman and we seemed to hit it off. And so I thought to myself, well, I guess I'm not gay, but what is it? And that was about the time when Elton John got on the big screens and newsworthy and said, I am a bisexual person. I was like, I think that's it. That's the one. So since then, it's been an evolving. Now, that was all very much an internal process. The external process of coming out, that ends up being a very political process. Personal politics, as well as recognizing that the politics of the world is not going to make it easy for me. And that's where terms like queer, fierce, right, fluid, these other kinds of terms, what I have worked with and tried to utilize in a way to give me political power, and also to make bisexuality something that's not to be feared or to be otherwise looked at as askance.
Yeah, Paul, something that I want to, I think, reflect back from your response is the idea that many of us might be sort of lacking language, because we might have really, most people in our lives are probably cis and straight. And there just being a real silence around, any other expressions of sexuality besides, straightness. But then also it seems to confuse others that there could be more than also just being gay or whatever. And also with that lack of language, just kind of the social pressures that we may receive that encourage us to maybe take some of these experiences of attraction and like kind of put them in a different box. Like, oh, well, if I'm a cisgender woman and I find myself attracted to a boy, then that's good and fine and cool. And if there's this thing that I sort of feel that it has to do with a woman, well, I should just put that in that box over there. And that box is labeled, she's very cool, right? Or like, I want to be like her. And I love the covering of eyes that comes with the recognition of what I'm saying. It's not that I have a crush on her. I just think she's very deeply cool. I don't know. There's just something about her. Um, so I see the laughter, and I'm going to take that as some recognition from other folks in space. So yeah, Shiloh, I think it's your turn now.
Yeah, I came out as bisexual my sophomore year of high school. And it was pretty soon after I figured it out that I came out. Because I was not like a very like relationships oriented person, and so it wasn't really something I fully considered until I got to high school. And I was like, oh, I do like guys. And then there was a girl on my soccer team, and I was like, I think I like girls. And then I cried. I went home and cried because I thought I was a lesbian. And I was like, oh, society doesn't like lesbians. And then I was like, wait, I think I like both. I didn't know any non-binary people at the time. I didn't understand what that term meant. And then I was watching like a video or something, and they mentioned the term bisexual, and I was like, oh, okay, that seems right. I can work with that. And then it wasn't until college that I figured out that I was non-binary. I was surrounding myself with all of these trans people and being like, oh, I love being surrounded by trans people and being an ally to trans people. This is so nice. Love being such a good trans ally. And then I realized that a lot of the things that my friends were talking to me about were things that applied to myself. And then I came out as non-binary in 2019, and then in 2020 I got top surgery, and both of those things were like really big sticking points in like my trans journey, but they also like I'm going to be honest and say that I haven't really reevaluated my sexuality since I've kind of transitioned physically and like socially, and it's a lot of things that I'm kind of considering now, because I've really, even when I was identifying as a cis woman, I was mostly only dating other women and non-binary people, and I still really have I like had a couple experiences with men, but it was never the only experiences I've had with men were presenting and identifying as a cis woman. And so I think it's interesting now that I'm at a very different point in my life, kind of figuring out how I want to pursue relationships and like express myself and like date again. So that's definitely something I'm thinking quite a bit about.
Yeah, so something that I heard throughout a lot of your responses on the panel was just the idea of, your understandings of your sexuality evolving over time. And so I just want to kind of make that a highlight to acknowledge that because of the world that we live in, because of the things that we're invited to explore or not, and so on, it's very common for people's understanding of their own sexuality to evolve over time, and that if you're out there as one of our audience members, and some of this might be kind of resonating for you, or there's something about it, like it's okay to explore that, and think about what that means for you. We want to kind of destigmatize that process. Melanie, I see your hand.
I just wanted to comment on like two quick things that I heard from the other panelists. One, Lindsay, what you were saying about the like, do I want to be like her or be with her thing, I think is a big underscoring of my experiences with bisexuality as well. But I also wanted to touch upon something that I heard in other responses relating to like coming out. And I think that one thing that I just wanted to acknowledge as a person who has really like felt more solidly, more confident about how I identify since being in a relationship. Coming out is weird and hard and tricky because there's not often times that it feels natural to do so. And I think that's common for most people, that it doesn't always feel as natural, but it's really hard to disclose bisexuality in a subtle way, because you can't say like, oh, I'm dating this person, and like your partner's identity is not necessarily going to be an indicator of bisexuality. And so as someone who has been in a relationship that outside perceivers see as being a straight passing, at the very least, relationship, I have thought a lot about like coming out, and it often like comes out in relevant discussions, more so when relevant, as opposed to like taking the time and thinking like, okay, I'm going to like explicitly tell these people about my identity. And I think people have very different experiences on this front, depending on when you have come to your identity, what your relationships have looked like, what your families look like, what your friendship structures look like. But I just wanted to acknowledge that it can be something that's challenging in a different way than it might be coming out more generally when you're in a relationship already. It's not necessarily a bigger challenge by any means, but it's certainly a unique and different kind of challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Melanie. The idea that bisexuality is not often a visible identity unless you are, proclaiming it from the rooftops and or wearing your bi pride pin or whatever, what have you. So thank you for, highlighting that again for us. Before I move us to our next question, we have so many questions and we're still on like question 2, but we're like halfway through our thing, which I'm loving. So I do just want to pause on something that you said earlier, Shiloh, around I'm such a good ally. That really felt special in my heart, because I think that many of us, come to queer and trans community for the first time, just being like, I'm just like a good ally. And it's kind of funny how even when maybe we're not conscious necessarily of like seeking out that type of space and that type of community, it can still open the door for us to explore and understand more and differently, and realize that maybe we were great allies, but also we're also community members at that. So thank you for sharing that. That resonated for me as well. I think the next question that I want to pose for us is this one. Let's talk about how bisexuality and pansexuality are sort of perceived by the public. How do we see bi and pan people show up in media? Maybe what types of stereotypes do folks see? I think that's where I want to have us head next.
I can kick us off. Like some of these stereotypes are like really tired. Like I'm so sick of hearing about like the bisexual femme fatale woman who like doesn't need no man, or I'm tired of hearing about how like we can't pick a side, or how we're all like slutty and like every bisexual in existence will cheat on you, and like that rhetoric and those portrayals, there's a lot of people that like, because it's not necessarily a super visible identity, just don't come out because it's like convenient for them, right? And then that kind of rhetoric just pushes people back into the closet, or just makes it uncomfortable to like exist as an out person. So I'd just like to get us rolling with that.
Thank you, Catherine. I think, you talked about the kind of stereotype of bisexual, pansexual people as hypersexual or promiscuous. And I think that very much also like ties in with a a misunderstanding that a lot of people have, that bisexuality is like synonymous with being polyamorous or having multiple partners. I do want to share that those are not synonyms with our audience. And also you can be perfectly happy and sex positive and poly and bi, and you're still valid as a member of our community. And also assumptions around hypersexuality and promiscuity, those types of stereotypes can contribute to people doing violence against folks within our communities. So that's kind of what I wanted to pull out from what you just shared, Catherine. And I'll pass it to someone else.
One thing that I do want to touch upon, which is also something I've been doing a little research on recently with some of my colleagues, is that people with like bisexual and pansexual identities deal with these stereotypes that Catherine and Lindsay were talking about, right? These like stereotypes of hypersexuality. There's a lot of perceptions that like I've heard from many bisexual women that they will like come out to a male partner and be asked if they want to have a threesome. That's like the first question that they get. I've heard that from many different bisexual women, or that they hear that on like dating apps. So like these stereotypes are really ingrained in society, these expectations of hypersexuality of bisexual people. But I do want to just also point out that there is an expectation that bisexual women are just experimenting commonly and are really just more attracted to men and will end up dating men. And in contrast, the more common stereotype for bisexual men is that they are really gay and not ready to come out as gay. And so that's why they're identifying as bisexual, and it's more of a stepping stone of an identity. And so this like sort of balancing between two identities idea that Catherine was talking about a little bit, like straddling the line between gay and straight, that's something that comes up a lot for bisexual folks and pansexual folks. And it comes up not only from like straight folks around us, but also from within the broader LGBTQ+ community. And that's something I've been doing some research on recently, is trying to better understand why there are a lot of gay men and lesbian women who like don't want to date bisexual people, or like are not trusting of bisexual people within the community. It's a really big issue, particularly on the end of bisexual folks. There are certainly incredible gay and lesbian folks who are incredibly bi and pan positive. I don't want to suggest this is like a huge, massive issue where like no one in the community is supportive of bi folks, but it is something that happens often enough that many bisexual people have an experience where they've had someone within the community deny their identity in some way. And I think one big thing that comes up for folks, and something I've been looking at in my research, is this notion that bisexual people can pass as straight, that they have this ability to be less visibly queer. And that's like part of where some of that like exclusionary behavior may come from. And that's, it's warped in some ways, because if you think about it, like that perception of privilege is contributing to exclusion. So it's really, it's like sort of an interesting, complicated web going on. But I think that I assume many of the panelists would agree with me that seeing more support for bisexual and pansexual folks and greater understanding of our identities is something we'd love to see pushed for more in society, including within the LGBTQ+ community.
Yeah, Melanie, when you highlighted the idea of, you know, bi women maybe seen as experimenting versus by men being quote unquote really gay, I just wanted to, you know, underscore that point around that being sort of like a manifestation of patriarchy in our society, that at the end of the day, we all love men. That's gotta be the answer, right?
There's literally something called the androcentric desire hypothesis, that there's this expectation that everyone really is just going to be attracted to men. So there's a lot of great research on that. Yeah.
I wonder who wrote that research, right?
Right, exactly. Shiloh, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I wanted to build upon something that Melanie said, just the idea of like visual, like what it means to be a visual, like a visibly bisexual person. And that's something I think about a lot as a trans person too. Like I hear sometimes from like gay and lesbian people like complaining about straight people at Pride. And I'm like, well, you don't know how they identify. Like a lot of queer people, a lot of trans people, a lot of bisexual people are not visibly queer, or at least not in the way that are the stereotypical ways. Or and I think that gets into like both the pros and the cons of being like visibly queer in both queer spaces and in like heterosexual spaces, and what it means to like pass as straight or cis or something like that.
I have a few things to add. One is related to some research that was released by the Human Rights Campaign, looking at how to support bisexual kids. The study itself was really interesting for the way in which it looked at the way labels were used sort of quantitatively among different populations. And it found, for instance, that pansexual and queer were used mostly by not people of color, white folks, and at a certain age group. And as they got older into the study, you know, queer and pan got to be used less and less. I would posit that there is a privilege to being able to identify and to being able to come out. And that does tie to how we sort of approach the risk of passing, right? We talked about, Melanie mentioned passing earlier. And the thing about passing is that you, if you want to take that risk of trying to pass in a place where you shouldn't be bisexual or shouldn't be at all, right? And then you're found out, right? Then the consequences socially and otherwise can be, you know, life-threatening practically. There is that element. The other element of the privilege of coming out is also like, you know, bisexuality might not be the first thing on your plate if you're a person of color. There are two very good friends of mine. They're Black men. They do organizing in New York City, and they specifically don't want to use the bi label because it's not the first thing that people see when they're approached. And so they really have to deal with their Blackness and the race question first. So in this kind of like hierarchy of identities that we walk around with, right? They want to posit that they have to deal with that first, and that's the more important one, quote unquote. So those elements make it really difficult for different people to be themselves, and also for us to understand across the race line what it's like for a bisexual Black person to live from here's my existence.
Paul, and you know, I think you're highlighting an important point that also speaks to some of the conversation had earlier in the day around intersectionality. But I think you know what I want to how I want to respond is that, you know, in our most just and liberated society, you know, we wouldn't have to be in a position where folks feel like, well, you know, I have to kind of downplay one aspect of my identity or another, whether that's, you know, downplaying racism in the queer and trans community, or, you know, downplaying homophobia or transphobia among communities of color. And I also want to be super, super clear that white communities are homophobic and transphobic as well. I don't want to try and create like a hierarchy of who's more or less homophobic within that sense, because I know that that's sort of a stereotypical portrayal as well. Catherine, yes.
On this same subject, just to tack on to Paul's point, is also like not the problem of culture, but the impact of culture. Someone very close to me in my life is also bisexual, but you know, between being a man, between being brown, between being an immigrant, like he's got bigger fish to fry here, or at least that's the way that he describes it. You know, if he tells me that if he's bisexual, that means he still likes girls, and so he's gonna date and marry a woman so that he can live in society, because he does, for him coming out in Pakistani culture, that means you don't have a family anymore. Like if he were to come out as queer within the context of his own life and his culture, he would probably be, I forget the word for it. Disowned. So it's just another layer of how in some ways being able to be out is a privilege in some ways.
Yeah, and within this conversation, I want to both like honor people's like lived realities and experiences that perhaps your religion or your culture might be factors that are discouraging you from coming out, while at the same time not presenting any given community in a monolithic way, because there is so much diversity, of course, across race, across religion, and across other identities as well. So I just wanted to make sure I highlight that for our audience. We only have a few minutes left remaining in our panel. So I'm wondering if maybe I could take like one to two questions from our audience, and then I'd love to finish with one final question from me if we could. So I'm happy to take any audience questions at this time. I think we might have time for one or two. Feel free to enter questions into the Q&A box for us to access them most easily. Have a small chat window that's scrolling quickly. All right, so while folks maybe are formulating some thoughts or questions for us, I will take us to our next question from me, which is, what does self-care and community care look like for us within bi and pan queer community?
I think Paul said it really well the other day when he said one body at a time. We build a strong, healthy community that is one body at a time, and it can start with your own. And I identify with that. Someone earlier today said you cannot pour from an empty cup. And on that front, I would say that it's true. Like, you have to take care of yourself, and you have to take care of yourself before you can do anything productive for others.
Yeah, I think something that I've learned in the past couple of years is like the best thing that I can do for the queer and trans community is to like live my life the most authentically that I can, and that involves like building community with other queer people. That involves oftentimes putting myself first and taking care of my mental and my physical health, and advocating for members of the queer and trans community that don't have as much privilege as I do.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I was gonna, I mean, the peer discussion group that I was running for so many years, and it's still going strong, but it had to sort of change up when it came time for COVID. Now, the whole pandemic thing, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I more or less work from home as it is, but now I have to stay home. That's gonna be great. I love that. And I know that's not for everybody, right? There's a lot of folks who are in my smallest circle who are like, no, I cannot do this being cooped up at home and in bed. Like, that's not the way I'm wired. And so understanding sort of what folks need starts at the very basics of like, okay, who are you exactly and what do you need? And you tell me, because that's the way we're going to help each other through this kind of thing. That kind of, that's embodied in a peer support group. Sit in a circle where everybody's got their clothes on. It's not a party of that sort, but we're going to talk about the way that we experience the world and the way that we're feeling oppressed or the way that we feel empowered at different times. And getting folks to engage in that way, that's some of the best work that you can do with your queer and bi friends. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, so sorry. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Oh, no worries. I was just going to say a little bit about, the impact of COVID and, some of the things that, I've been hearing and or sometimes living myself in terms of, just impacts of, what has happened as a result of us all having to really stay home. So many Rutgers students have shared with me around, feelings of isolation, isolation and depression, navigating perhaps being in a home environment that isn't affirming or accepting of gender and sexuality and those things. But at the same time, as those have been really great challenges, and just to limit it to those 2 or 3 things I said is kind of underselling, of course, the impact. But I also want to name and celebrate the gifts of creativity and vitality that we have given to each other to try and still come together and carve out space, even if virtual, even if it's like a Discord channel, even if it's a group chat, even if it's a Zoom call, to still like reach out to each other and provide that peer-to-peer listening ear. So yeah, Melanie.
Yeah, I also just want to emphasize, I think, the importance of bi folks having community, right? Of having, whether that's, a few close friends or like support groups, as Paul was mentioning, having a sense of community to talk about shared lived experiences, I think is really vital for the well-being of bi-pan folks. I also think, like, more broadly, when it comes to community care, I really think education is really what's so crucial. I think that a lot of the things we've been talking about when it comes to things like stereotypes comes from stereotypical depictions of bisexuality that we see in media or that people may just be adopting from other folks around them. And I think that education is a great place where we can start to help people better understand like who bisexual people and pansexual and queer people are, what are their experiences like, and how can people be better allies to the community, which often like really just comes down to like respect people's identity, don't invalidate their identity. So much of my work suggests that like invalidating someone's identity has really negative impacts on their well-being. And so simply like validating the identities of the people around you is a really great way to, foster that greater well-being in our community. I think personally for me, I think the research that I do is one way that I'm also engaging and like in care for myself and my community. And so I think we joke about it as like me search or we search instead of research, given its like sort of self-relevancy. And a lot of the work that I'm doing is really with the aim of finding ways to reduce discrimination toward bisexual folks and improve our broader community of LGBTQ+ identified people and other allies as well. So I think the more work I do on the research front, I think the more that I'm feeling like I'm making a positive impact. But I think that needs to also then translate outside of like purely academic settings and dip into other further education. This shouldn't be something that's limited to people who have access to peer-reviewed journals. It should be something that's getting out to the broader public.
Thank you so much. I mean, here we are at a colloquium. Clearly, we're trying to bring education to the forefront with so many of these conversations. given the small amount of time that we have left, I'm wondering if I can invite folks to just offer us as a cap to our conversation. You know, if you had one sentence to give to this question, which is, what would a happy and healthy, affirmed, bi, pan, queer community look like for you? What's your vision for that community?
Can I start this one off? I mean, the first things that come to mind are my work on the Reclaim Pride Coalition and trying to make a queer liberation march, because we're really looking for the ways in which all the people can come out and have a voice. And so to the extent that the ideal community is there, it's self-supporting. It's self-supporting not just in terms of, let me tell you what my issues are so that we can help solve them, but it's also related to those things that maybe are not related to your orientation, the basics, rent, right? Or a stable place to live, living among people that accept you. And that might mean moving away from your home, or your parents and your biological family in that way. Those are some of the things that come to mind immediately when I think about like a healing community and a healthy community that self-supports each other.
Thanks so much, Paul. Other visions, other visions.
The words that come to my mind are gentle, inherently anti-capitalist, revolutionary, and actually those were the three that I wanted to say. So
Thank you. Those were powerful. Catherine and Melanie, do you have any vision statement or, you know, keywords you might like to share?
My vision would be personal and collective freedom for us.
I'd love to just see queer folks uplifting other queer folks. I'd love to see greater diversity in community spaces, not just in terms of sexual orientation identities, but gender identities, racial identities, class backgrounds, etc. I'd like to see greater diversity and a space where people really do feel comfortable being their true selves.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing some of your visions with us. And I hope that, you know, as we continue to work together in space, heal ourselves, help each other heal and grow and transform, that we will, you know, all be traveling closer to some of those visions. So thank you so much for serving on this panel.
So my name is Kayo Denda, and I'm one of the organizers of the Colloquium. And my job here is to close the Colloquium by thanking all of you. I think we had a wonderful conversation this afternoon, sparkled by the keynote of Dr. Finley, and also really intimate conversations where people discuss to the future and engagement of the younger generation. I think this is, in fact, the culmination of Mark Schuster's vision. And I think we saw his photos throughout the Colloquium. And I think he would be very proud of the job that the organizers, the Catherine, Sean, and Avi did, along with all the panelists. And I think he's just smiling at us, and we can hear his booming baritone saying congratulations to you all. I also would like to thank our technology support colleagues. They were here behind the scenes for the whole afternoon, making sure that this ran nicely and smoothly. So a big thank you to them as well. So keep in touch. And I just wanted to mention that the recording that our colleagues of technical support, technology support are providing will be inserted on the website of the Colloquium in a future date. And when that happens, I'll be sharing the link with all of you. So
Remember,
thank you.
Nobody remember the third colloquium is coming up. So all of you mark your calendars for a date in next year. And we really want all of you again to participate, and maybe we can even have something in person.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Okay, thank you everyone, and keep in touch, and
Thank
all
you.
the best.
Very inspirational.
Bye.
Everyone.